Means adjourn debate on question.
Now.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call Secretary of State Lucy Frazer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, since 2020, our economy, like those across the globe, has been challenged by a pandemic, a war in Ukraine, and the consequent cost of energy spiralling in the aftermath of Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We've seen some very difficult times for households up and down the country. But despite the most challenging economic headwinds in modern history, since 2010, our growth has been higher than every large European economy. Economic growth underpins jobs. It underpins household budgets. It underpins living standards. And now, having stabilised the public finances and delivered certainty to markets, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, last week set out a plan which will ensure more investment, more jobs and better public services. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to set out how the budget continues to support many of the sectors I am proud to represent at the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, and in particular the creative industries, which the Chancellor last year identified as one of our 5 priority sectors of growth. The creative industries don't just enrich our lives, they enrich the nation's finances, and they are an economic powerhouse. These industries are growing at twice the rate the rest of the economy. Industries responsible for over 2 million jobs and worth £124 billion to our economy last year alone. And I'd like to start by just recognising the UK's world-leading success in these industries. Netflix, Amazon Prime, Apple and Disney, all wanting to expand their footprint here, all wanting to add Made in Britain labels to their productions. Barbie, the highest-grossing film of 2023, was made not in LA, but just down the road in Lewisham, which I was delighted to visit with my honourable friend, the member for Watford, recently. Companies like Warner Brothers are choosing Herefordshire over Hollywood. And that production alone contributed £80 million to our economy and supported nearly 700 jobs. We've seen huge success in the indie film sector, in the indie film sector, with films like Rye Lane and Scrapper. This success is down to huge innate British talent, hard work, skills and creative excellence across the country. But it hasn't happened by accident. Conservative governments have been supporting and stimulating our creative industries with tax reliefs for over a decade. From film to animation to video games to theatre, these tax reliefs have helped to attract significant global investment into the UK. Every year since 2012, we've introduced tax reliefs to support investment and create jobs. Tax reliefs the Labour Party voted against every single time. Very happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Productions and studios, all of which are in the south of England. What support will the government give to ensure we have post-production and production facilities in the north of England, for instance, matching Mayor Tracy Brabham's ambition to have a studio in West Yorkshire?
The government is supporting creativity across the country. In June, I announced £50 million, which we know from past experience will leverage £250 million of investment for creative clusters across the UK. Only recently, I was at Aviva Studios in Manchester, £100 million invested into Manchester, the biggest investment since the Tate Modern. And he, the Honourable Member, will have heard in the Chancellor's statement significant investment into Teesside, particularly in the creative industries. I'm very happy to give way.
Thank the Secretary of State, but the Tories have truly wrecked the nation's public finances. Madam Deputy Speaker, under the Conservatives, debt has tripled from £1 trillion to almost £2.6 trillion. Does the Secretary of State agree with the respected independent statistics that despite the Chancellor's budget, households in Slough and across our country will be £870 worse off on average under the Chancellor's tax plan?
Is that the Chancellor's tax plan is allowing people across the country to benefit from around £900 if they are an average earner. What we know from the Labour Party is that every single time they leave office, there is higher unemployment. And last time the Labour Party were in government, they left a note that said that there was no money left. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me tell you what the impact of the Conservative plan over the last decade has delivered. As I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, tax reliefs in every single budget over the last 10 years, every single time voted down by the Labour Party, and the impact of that year-on-year investment is very clear to see. The statistics show that more than 1 million jobs in the creative industries have been created since 2010. There's been an almost doubling of the economic value of the creative industries to more than £124 billion since 2010, with exports up to 210% since 2010, and recently published figures confirm that the sector has grown by more than 10% since the pandemic. So the Conservative Party is powering what is one of our world-leading industries.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. She was talking about the state of the nation's finances in 2010. At that point, we had a national debt of £1 trillion. We now have a national debt of £2.6 trillion. Does she think that the Conservatives have sorted out the nation's debt when it's now almost 3 times higher than it was?
I hope he was listening when the Chancellor delivered his budget, where it highlights that debt will be reducing, falling next year, with the OBR forecasting will meet our fiscal rule to have debt falling as a share of the economy. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way. I think it merits record that the debt figure that we're dealing with comes from 500 billion bailout of the banks under Gordon Brown, 375 million of QE, 70 billion of Brexit relief, 400 billion of pandemic relief, and 40 billion of cost of living relief. That is significant injection of money by this government and the last to help people through tough times.
Well, friend, as always, makes an excellent point. I think it is difficult to forget how this government, the Prime Minister when he was Chancellor, supported the livelihoods and economies of people up and down the country. I mean, in the creative industries alone, a COVID recovery fund of £1.57 billion to ensure that the creative industries continued to survive. And the IMF and others said, the fastest and most effective package that was coming out of COVID.
Minister, for giving way. Minister, in relation to what government's doing for the creative industries, I have to welcome the commitment by government for us in Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland film sector has grown leaps and bounds over the last few years. This extra help that the Minister and government is putting forward for creative industries in Northern Ireland will undoubtedly create more jobs, create more boost for the economy. So I would welcome what the Minister is putting forward. Could I ask the Minister this question? Is it possible now that the Northern Ireland Assembly is up and running again, that we've got a Minister in place, that perhaps some contact could be made with the Minister to see how we can grow it even more?
I am absolutely delighted that the Northern Ireland Executive is up and running, and very keen to continue engagement with them to ensure that we can boost the economy and continue to boost the economy in Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, our creative industries are not just life-enhancing, not just entertaining, and they're not just part of our personal and national identities. They are an economic powerhouse that is dominating on the world stage. In the last year, we built on that huge success that I was talking about of a decade of investment. We built on it with an industry-led sector vision which sets out a plan to unlock £50 billion worth of growth, 1 million more jobs and a pipeline of talent by 2030. And both the Chancellor and the Prime Minister recognise that the way we will extend our excellence long into the future is with sustained investment and commitment to these sectors. Excuse me. And that is why the budget continued that support. Why the budget that the Chancellor set out last week built on that recognition with a package of measures to cement our status as a cultural superpower. But don't just take my word for it. The reliefs announced represent a once-in-a-generation transformational change that will ensure Britain remains the global capital of creativity, according to Lord Lloyd Webber. They include the most significant policy intervention since the 1990s, according to the Chief Executive of the British Film Institute, Ben Roberts. They are game-changing, according to James Bond producer Barbara Broccoli. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are all correct. £1 billion, £1 billion in additional tax relief for the creative industries over the next 5 years. We've set permanent higher rates of our cultural tax relief, set at 45% for touring and 40% for non-touring theatre productions and galleries exhibitions, and 45% for all orchestra productions. A new 53% tax credit for UK independent films with budgets under £15 million. A 40% tax relief on business rates for film studios, and an increased tax relief for the visual effects sector. £26.4 million for the National Theatre to modernise its stages, and new funding for an extension of the National Film and Television School. Funding and tax breaks that are going to unlock huge investment into our economy, secure the long-term future of some of our great cultural institutions, and help us build a pipeline of talent for the future. We are only 5 days on from the budget, and these measures are paying dividends already. As later this year, filming of Jurassic World 4 will begin at Sky's Elstree Studios. Because, as Sir William Sargent, Chief Executive of the visual effects company Framestore, said, our decision to remove the 80% cap relief that productions can claim on visual effects has likely stopped the visual effects for Jurassic World 4 being made abroad. That is our long-term plan for growth, delivering growth within days of the budget. But our ambitions, rightly, stretch far beyond our world-class creative industries. At the last autumn statement, the Chancellor unveiled 119 growth measures that, taken together, could raise business investment by around £20 billion per year in a decade's time. And he's followed that up with a budget designed to deliver an economic gear shift for businesses across different industries, from life sciences to manufacturing to AI. Over £270 million of combined government and industry investment into cutting-edge automotive and aerospace R&D projects. Grants of £92 million of joint government and industry investment into the life sciences. Up to £100 million in the Turing Institute, our National Institute for AI and Data Science, over the next 5 years. Strategic investments designed to unlock growth and propel our economy forward. Long-term decisions that will place us at the vanguard of these pioneering industries of the future, where we belong. This government recognises how hard the last few years have been on people and families' finances. That's why the Prime Minister set 5 clear and unambiguous priorities. Priorities consistent with those of people across the country who have battled with the rising cost of living. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor, and the entire Cabinet have been laser-focused on those priorities, and we've made significant progress in delivering on them. I'm very happy to give way.
Secretary of State for giving way, and she speaks about tax reliefs and long-term decisions. But thanks to this government, we now have the highest tax burden since the Second World War. But will the Secretary of State confirm the figures which came out from the ONS showing 7 consecutive quarters of a fall in GDP per capita since 2022? Does she agree that that is the longest period of stagnation since the 1950s?
Well, the Honourable Member makes a number of points. Just on taxes, we're sticking with a plan, and the plan is to get taxes down. And we're doing that by, yet again, lowering tax on national, by way of reducing the NICs. Again, for reduction for 29 million people. Tax cuts for 27 million working people from April. And with the UK tax system remains competitive. He mentioned the tax to GDP ratio. We have a lower tax to GDP ratio than any other European countries in the G7. Germany at 39.3%, France at 46.1%, Italy at 42.9% based on 2022 figures. I'm very happy to give way.
On tax cutting, there's always been a social contract in this country by which you pay national insurance until you become of pensionable age, but once you do become of pensionable age, you don't pay national insurance. Therefore, cuts in national insurance do not actually help pensioners, particularly aspiring pensioners who put something aside. So what I'd like to know, and I can see her honourable friend sitting beside her from the Treasury, who said this might take decades, I want to know what is the long-term plan to protect pensioners, because you cannot just abolish national insurance and replace it with nothing. It can only be replaced with higher tax, which pensioners don't benefit from. So what is the long-term plan on this?
Well, my honourable friend knows that what we want to do is reduce taxes on working people, and it isn't right that they have double taxation. But he will also know the importance of protecting pensioners, which is why throughout our time in government, we have protected pensioners, and one of the key ways of doing that is through the triple lock. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight debt on the progress that's been made on those 5 priorities that the Chancellor and Prime Minister set out some time ago. Debt is falling in line with our fiscal rules. Inflation has halved, and growth is a full 1.5 percentage point higher than predicted. And this has only been possible because of decisions taken by this government. Decisions like putting an average of £900 back into the pockets of 27 million workers in the space of 4 months. There is further to go, and this budget will help us get there, creating more success stories like our creative industries across our economy and across the entire United Kingdom. While the Labour Party snipe aimlessly and endlessly from the sidelines, we are targeting funding where it is needed most. While the Labour Party talk the economy and indeed the rest of the country down, we're backing working families and British businesses with tax cuts and tax breaks. While the Labour Party U-turn on their U-turns, we are putting our economy on track for new jobs, new growth and new investment. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Conservative government has a plan, and that plan is working, and I commend this budget to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Wes Street.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would have raised this as a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, but given we're here, before I get right to the heart of the debate, I just want to place on the record the revulsion we feel on this side of the House that Frank Hester, a Conservative Party donor who has given more than £10 million to the Tory party in the last year, said of the Right Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, and that she makes you, and I quote, want to hate all black women, and the MP, and I quote, should be shot. This is utterly revolting, racist and insightful language. It has no place in our politics and public life. And given the vast sums he's given not just to the Conservative Party but the Prime Minister, if they have any integrity whatsoever, they will give every single penny piece back and apologise to the Right Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington for these appalling comments. And I'm sure at some point in the debate this afternoon the Treasury bench will want to confirm both of those things. Turning to the budget, the government has summed up what is now obvious to everyone in Britain. 14 years of Conservative incompetence have broken Britain's economy. And it's all there in black and white. The economy back in recession, the highest tax burden in 70 years, a record tax-raising Parliament, wages lower today than they were in 2010, households worse off than they were at the last election, a fall in living standards over an entire Parliament for the first time in history. And from next month, a real terms cut per person in NHS funding at the point when the NHS is going through the worst crisis in its history. And what did this budget contribute to that appalling record? Millions of low and middle-income workers are being dragged into paying higher tax. And unprecedented levels of low-wage, low-skilled migration are damaging the economy. The government could have fixed both problems but did not. Not my conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the words of the former Home Secretary and next leader of the Conservative Party, the Right Honourable Member for Fareham. I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman will want to leap to either defend the current leader or to defend his future leader. Which is it?
Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, but he does underplay the strength of the British economy with record employment, an unemployment rate 1/3 below the EU average. But I put this to him. The tax take is higher than we would like on this side of the House. But the pandemic, the key reason, the pandemic cost a lot to make sure we left nobody behind. We had one of the most generous furlough schemes in the Western world, for example. Would he have done anything differently?
Look, we've never doubted the challenges that the pandemic have placed either on the public finances or our public services. But that doesn't explain the weakness, the fundamental weakness of the British economy going into the pandemic, the fact that NHS waiting lists were at record levels before the pandemic. But it is good to at least see the party opposite acknowledge that major crises do have an impact on public finances. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I do thank my right honourable friend, and I also thank the intervention from the opposite benches about what happened during the COVID crisis. Does my right honourable friend agree that we would have had a lot more money for our public finances to have more doctors and nurses if the Conservative government hadn't been busy handing out billions of pounds of contracts to their friends and chums, and that is one of the reasons why we need a COVID corruption commissioner. Does my right honourable friend agree that the Chancellor failed to announce a COVID corruption commissioner during his budget?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And look, they shouldn't groan at my honourable friend for raising the problem. They should be outraged at the misuse of public money. They should be as appalled as we are that in the midst of a national crisis, when so many people rushed to danger or played their part in the national response, those businesses that shifted from their normal activity to trying to help and genuinely doing the right thing for the right reasons, that at the same time they were doing all of those things, there were others who sought to use the pandemic to make a quick buck at our expense. I think it's disgusting. And the fact that so many billions of pounds of PPE was wasted, much of it literally going up in smoke, should be something that exercises all of us. And the voters can make their own judgment about why it is that the Conservative Party is still so relaxed about that profligacy, waste and fraud. But I do accept the point the honourable gentleman opposite made about the importance of and the impact that financial events could make, because there was this narrative spun after the 2010 general election about the global financial crisis. And they love to say that this was all the fault of the last Labour government. But I've got bad news for them. The former Chancellor of the Exchequer, well, I better name him because there have been so many, George Osborne said recently in his excellent podcast, and I quote, this is of the late, great Alistair Darling, George Osborne said, and I quote, "In the financial crisis, he was the Chancellor of the Exchequer who earned a lot of trust with the way he handled that crisis," end quotes. Of course, it was politically expedient for the Conservative Party at the time to pretend that the reason the economy was going through so many challenges was because a Labour government had bailed out the banks. But of course, when you're presented with a crisis, you do the right thing. We did the right thing then, and we would do the right thing in the future when presented with crises, as we expected this government to do the right thing in a crisis. In fact, we engaged with the government in good faith throughout that crisis. We never imagined for a moment that people would be using VIP lanes to rip off the British taxpayer. And that's why the Shadow Chancellor, if she is the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, will go after those people to get their money back. And we don't doubt her determination to do so. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget was pitched as the Tories' last roll of the dice before the general election. This was meant to be the one to bamboozle the opposition and wow the public. But instead of starting the campaign with a bang, they are going out with barely a whimper. It was meant to bring millions of voters who have abandoned the Conservative Party back into the tent. Instead, it has driven the former Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party out of the tent altogether. Because after 14 years of Conservative government, it's Conservative MPs who are also leaving because, and I quote the member for Ashfield, "You can't get a police officer to turn up to your house when it gets burgled. People are pulling their own teeth out. They can't get a GP appointment." What a damning indictment of the Conservative Party from a man that this Prime Minister chose to elevate to one of the highest offices in that party. Of course, the clause came out as soon as the defection today was announced, but they aren't being aimed at the member for Ashfield. No, they're begging him to come back. Conservative MPs have told Channel 4 News, and I quote, "The fact Rishi promoted him to Deputy Chairman tells you all you need to know about his judgment," end quote. Even Conservative MPs admit it in private. The Prime Minister is too weak to run his own party, let alone the country. Or, as Lord Lloyd Webber might have written if he was scripting a new musical for the Conservative Party, they are past the point of no return. And apparently looking to Boris Johnson now, saying, "Wishing you were somehow here again." But of course, I do have to give credit where credit is due. This is a budget so bad that it has done what was previously unthinkable. It's united the warring factions of the Conservative Party. They are united in agreement that it was a disaster. Because before the Chancellor stood up, the leader of what's left of the Scottish Conservatives had already announced his opposition to it, soon followed by the Energy Minister, a minister of this government, exclaiming his deep disappointment at his government's own energy tax. Then we had the Security Minister and Foreign Minister write a joint article opposing the Chancellor's lack of investment in defence. So the Energy Minister doesn't support the energy policy, the Foreign and Security Ministers don't support the defence policy, and even the Chancellor says he doesn't support the tax rises he's imposing on working people. So it begs the question, is there anyone left who actually believes in what this government is doing? And people feel free to give way and leap to the government's defence, but I think they sadly agree. The Chancellor named several members in his speech, presumably on the basis that misery loves company. I wonder if even the members who made their way onto the Chancellor's list of the damned will defend the dismal record of this government. I extended an invitation to them early today, Madam Deputy Speaker. They've not shown up. I'm sure they're busy back in the office or in the constituency writing leaflets extolling the news about how great this budget was, or maybe not. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Well, 25 people who won't be extolling how wonderful it was are the New Conservatives. And we know 25 Conservative MPs support that organisation. They said, "We cannot pretend any longer the plan is working. We need to change course urgently." So does he share my question as to whether those 25 MPs who want to change course urgently will actually be voting for this budget? And if they are going to vote for this budget, how can they possibly suggest that they're changing course?
Who knows, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I've got to confess, I don't even know who the New Conservatives are. There are so many warring tribes now. It's so many. The families evolve every week. I mean, it's a level of reproduction that even the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson failed to match. Indeed. Turning to the list of the damned who made their way into the Chancellor's speech, the member for Dudley North was identified in the budget speech as pushing the government to give in to the Shadow Chancellor's call to cancel their planned rise in fuel duty. Where Labour leads, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tories follow. But I wonder if he will defend his government making pensioners in Dudley £1,000 a year worse off. The member for Truro and Falmouth was singled out by the Chancellor. Does she think her constituents earning £15,000 a year will forgive her for voting to pinch an extra £580 from their pockets in tax rises? The member for... Oh, she does. She wants to defend the Chancellor and fingerprints on the budget. I'll happily give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. He seems to be taking the wrong tone with my constituents. It's not something we practice in Truro and Falmouth, being overly political with each other. He would know that if he spoke to my Labour opponents in Truro and Falmouth. The Chancellor singled me out because we have worked very hard across Cornwall to remove advantages for short-term holiday lets. That is all.
Grateful to the member for that intervention. I don't think that alters the fact that there are 60,000 people on the NHS waiting list in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. And look, I'm sorry if she takes issue with my tone, but the simple truth is this. However much the party opposite tries to build this idea that politics can't change anything, there's no point in voting, that we're all the same, there won't be change with a change of government after the next general election, politics does make a difference. Voting can change things, and I cite in evidence the fact that when we left office, we had the shortest waiting times and the highest patient satisfaction in the history of the NHS. I cite in evidence that if we'd had economic growth under this government, at just the rate we had under the last Labour government, there would be £40 billion a year extra to invest in our public services without having to raise taxes on anyone. That's Labour's record. It's a record we're proud to defend. They can't defend their record. They have no record. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Would the right honourable gentleman agree that you have to have measures to improve our economy, to boost our economy? And wasn't it disappointed that there was nothing about commercial trials for pharmaceutical companies in the budget? We've seen ourselves fall from 4th to 10th in the world in terms of trials. We lost 44% between 2017 and 18 and 50,000 a year between 2021 and 2022. And without those trials, we're not only going to see a lack of money, but we're also going to see a lack of improvement in cancer outturns.
I strongly agree with my right honourable friend, and we shouldn't be complacent about this, because slipping down the international league tables isn't just a missed opportunity, it's the missed chance to save lives, improve outcomes, and also a missed opportunity to generate income for our National Health Service. Everyone wins when we have our National Health Service and life sciences sector working together in partnership to make sure that we're developing the latest treatments and technologies in this country, to make sure we're manufacturing those treatments and technologies in this country, and to making sure that patients get the benefit in this country. And I have no doubt that should Labour win the next general election, working together, she and I will do a great deal together to improve outcomes, particularly in relation to brain cancer, which we're both passionate about, not least because of the late, great Margaret McDonagh, who remains an inspiration to us all, but also in so many other areas where that kind of groundbreaking science has the potential to improve our economy and to save lives. I'll certainly give way to the former Minister.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm enjoying his knockabout speech, but just on this point of life sciences, I wanted to ask if he welcomed the £650 million package we put out last spring to reverse the damage of COVID to life sciences, but more importantly, whether he respects the way that a number of us have pursued this in a very non-partisan way. The sector needs to know that we're working together, and I just want to invite him to say that he intends to build on that legacy and continue to keep this as a sector that goes beyond politics.
Certainly give the former Minister this assurance that where the government have had good ideas and where the life sciences strategy is in the right place, We don't intend to tear things up just because they've got Conservative fingerprints on. Indeed, there are aspects of reviews that the government have undertaken, particularly the O'Shaughnessy review conducted by Lord O'Shaughnessy, which we welcomed, and welcome the government's commitment to implement in full. But there's more to do, and I remain frustrated that when I talk to UK life sciences and when I talk particularly to some of those start-ups and medtech entrepreneurs, they describe the NHS in pretty poor terms as a partner, and that culture has got to change and that practice has got to change, and I can see the former Minister nodding emphatically. So even amidst this rowdy King's Speech debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have managed to achieve some consensus. Of course, the Right Honourable Gentleman is very welcome to join us on these benches, should he wish to help us in the task. Turning to the member for Basildon, who's another member who will be absolutely delighted to have his fingerprints on this budget, how will he explain to his constituents, getting by on £20,000 a year, that he is an architect of the budget which will leave them paying £447 more in tax this year? Madam Deputy Speaker, they will all walk through the lobbies to raise taxes on working people, but they won't defend their decision in this House. It's no surprise they're ashamed of what they've done to this country. Fred Thomas, Labour's candidate in Plymouth Moorview, told me of Izzy Kioffi. Izzy left the Royal Marines last year after 8 years of service. He has been working hard as a telecoms engineer, a good job that a few years ago would have enabled him to get by and even put some money aside each month. He wants to put himself through a commercial diving qualification, but the cost of his basics, fuel, food, mortgage, energy bills, they've all gone up so much he cannot afford to put any money aside. This is a young man with no dependents, in a good job, and should have his entire future before him, but the state of the economy is holding him back from opportunity. This is the cost of what they are calling in the country Rishi's recession. And what about their record on non-doms? We know Conservative MPs don't support abolishing the non-dom tax status because they've been telling us for the past decade. The howls of protest from the benches opposite were deafening from the moment Labour first proposed what is a very simple policy and principle, that people who live and work in Britain should pay their taxes here too. The member for Northampton North said it would be anti-aspirational. If only he had as much aspiration for our NHS and school children as he does for people avoiding their taxes. His constituents in Northampton North will remember he fought for non-doms, not nurses. In stark contrast, Labour's candidate Lucy Rigby, whose mum worked in the NHS, is committed to getting the NHS in Northampton back on its feet and fit for the future, and that's the choice voters in Northampton face. The member for Stoke-on-Trent North suggested the money raised would drop year on year as non-doms would leave the country. Why does he have so little faith in Britain? Why does he think the only reason people would want to live in this country is to avoid paying taxes? If he can't see that Stoke-on-Trent has so much more going for it than the non-dom tax status, I would suggest his constituents might prefer an MP who has some pride in their city, some pride in their country, and elect David Williams at the general election. And during the election campaign, when the Conservatives are touring the broadcast studios to criticise Labour's plans, never forget that the Chancellor said abolishing the non-dom tax status would not benefit the taxpayer. The Levelling Up Secretary said it would lead to talent flight. The Health Secretary said it would put at risk 230,000 nurses and Britain's place in jeopardy as the filming location for the Barbie movie. And the Health Minister, the member for Lewis, described it as about as much use as an ashtray on a motorbike. And now each and every one of them is preparing to vote for Labour's plan. The bright glow coming from the red-faced members opposite is blinding. But never forget, they criticised our policy, they criticised our costings, they've adopted our policy, they've adopted our costings, they don't have any credibility left. And that they have finally relented is further evidence that Labour is winning the battle of ideas again today. Never again can the Conservatives claim with a straight face that Labour doesn't have a plan. They wouldn't have the first idea what to do if they didn't have our plans to pinch. In fact, it seems to me that today the Labour Party has replaced the IEA as the Conservatives' most influential and favoured think tank. Look at the impact we're having on government policy. Labour's NHS workforce plan nicked. Labour's plan to recruit dentists to the most underserved areas nicked. Labour's plan for a progressive ban on tobacco nicked. Labour's plan for a windfall tax on oil and gas giants nicked. And now Labour's plan to abolish the non-dom tax status nicked. If the Conservatives are so desperate to see Labour's manifesto implemented, they should just call a general election.
I didn't want my honourable friend to miss out their consultation on banning water bosses' bonuses, which they've also nicked from us.
I mean, the list is inexhaustible, isn't it? It's just one thing after another, and then they have the audacity to say Labour hasn't got any plans. If that's true, why are they swooping in like magpies every 5 minutes, ready to pick off the next cherry from Labour's tree? It's just a shame they didn't see the light earlier. Had the Conservatives abolished the non-dom tax status when Labour pledged to do so in 2022, 4.5 million children could be enjoying free breakfast clubs today. They could have funded an extra 3.6 million more NHS appointments and operations, hundreds more AI-enabled scanners, and 1.3 million more urgent and emergency dental appointments. The Prime Minister would have delivered on his pledge to cut waiting lists if only he had listened to Labour. So what stopped him? Why was the Prime Minister so wedded to the non-dom tax status? I'll give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He mentioned school children a couple of times in passing. What was hugely disappointing to me was there was absolutely nothing in last week's budget about schools or colleges, and today's theme is about growing the economy. Growing our economy starts in our classrooms. Investing in education is an investment for generations to come for this country's economy and this country's society. Yet there was nothing for day-to-day spending when schools in my constituency and across the country are having to make cuts every day. And shockingly, the small print revealed that next year we're going to see a real terms cut in capital investment in school buildings by £200 million when hundreds of thousands of children are learning in crumbling classrooms. Does he agree with me that they'd have no clue about growing the economy if they won't focus on children and young people?
I agree with what the honourable member says, and I'd say two things in addition. Politics is about choices, and that is why we choose to end tax breaks enjoyed by private schools attended by the 7% in order to fund more teachers and education for the 93%. They've not lit that policy yet, but I suppose it's any day now that one's coming. But it does say something about choices. And here's something else that I found really galling. When the government appointed Sir Kevin Collins as their catch-up commissioner, they couldn't have found someone better to advise on education, life chances, and how to correct the obvious damage that had been done to children's education as a result of successive lockdowns. Something that all of us, or most of us in this House, across both sides, felt was necessary given the scale of the virus, but where we ought to collectively acknowledge that there was a consequence and a debt to be repaid to that generation. It was at that point when Sir Kevin Collins published his report, commissioned by the government to the Prime Minister, that this Prime Minister decided that no more. He couldn't do any more. And I just wonder, if the Prime Minister's children attended state schools, if he understood the challenges that those schools were under in terms of recruiting teachers, providing the wide range of extracurricular opportunities that so many independent schools do, I wonder if at that stage the Prime Minister would have had the same political choices. Or is it just for other people's children that this Prime Minister and his government has low aspirations? And I think it's fair to say that we know why the Prime Minister was so wedded to the non-dom tax status. In fact, the only way the Chancellor could have upset his neighbours more was if he'd raised taxes on helicopter rides and heating swimming pools too. But at least the Prime Minister can now look the British people in the eye and honestly tell them we're all in this together. In fact, you have to pity poor non-doms. They can't even look to their friends or indeed their husbands in the Conservative Party to defend them any longer. Nor can pensioners, incidentally. 8 million pensioners will see their taxes increase as a result of the decisions of this Chancellor. I don't think that's right or just, and I don't think people will forget it come the general election. And turning to the Prime Minister and how he evaluates himself and his own performance, at Wetherspoons in Maltby last week, the Prime Minister told the public something else. He said, at the start of this year, we turned the corner. And he's right. At the start of this year, the economy turned a corner from flatlining and entered recession. Yeah. And Rishi's recession is taking a heavy toll on working people. Labour's candidate for Rother Valley, Jake Richards, told me about John from Maltby, just down the road from the Prime Minister's probably first ever visit to Spoons. John is a veteran of our armed forces. He served his country, and now, thanks to the recklessness and incompetence of this government, he can't make ends meet. That is the price people are paying. That is why this country is crying out for change. And having crashed the economy just 2 years ago, the Conservative Party is at it again with a £46 billion unfunded tax plan. Can any member opposite explain how on earth they are going to pay for the abolition of national insurance? This is a bigger unfunded commitment than the kamikaze budget of the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk. Mortgage payers are still paying the price for that grotesque act of economic self-harm, and they are at it again. I hope the Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough can tell us why.
It's great knockabout stuff, but I'd like just to have a sort of serious comment on this whole national insurance thing. With the retention of the triple lock and with fiscal drag, more and more pensioners are being dragged into paying tax. Now, I understand that the Labour Party will support this cut in national insurance rather than income tax. What is their long-term plan?
I'll just say to the Honourable Member for Gainsford that he made an absolutely right and fair point earlier about the cuts to national insurance and what's happening to pensioners in terms of their incomes at the moment. And I don't think a long-term plan, totally unfunded by the way, they can't tell us how they'll fund it, when it will be delivered by. If anyone wants to correct me on that, I'm very happy to give way. I'm sure the whole country would like an explanation about this £46 billion unfunded tax plan. But what we can't have is a situation where, once again, the Conservative Party gets away with an entirely unfunded gimmick. We saw where that led our country before. Labour will not play fast and loose with the public finances in the way the Conservatives had. And it's no use laughing. I'm amazed they still laughed. As people's mortgages are going up month after month after month, they still have the audacity to laugh at their recklessness and not take responsibility for their mistakes.
Yeah, as the honourable gentleman invited an intervention to clarify his position on national insurance, I just wonder if, rather than engage with the knockabout, which I'm rather enjoying, he's terribly good at it, by the way, I wonder if he'd answer the direct question that my right honourable friend put. If Labour is going to support this change to national insurance, how does he reconcile that support with what he's just said? It's a straightforward question.
Yeah, good point.
Once again, won the argument. We have been arguing for some time that taxes on working people are too high. They have gone up time and time again under this Conservative government. And it's only because there's a general election around the corner, by the way, that they've suddenly discovered a heart and discovered Labour's policy and raided our cabinet. Because until now, the Conservative Party have used working people as their first and last resort to raise money. And whenever we've talked about fairer choices, whether it's non-DOMs, whether it's the oil and gas giants, whether it's the carried profits loophole, whether it's the tax exemptions enjoyed by private schools, we get the howl of opposition from the party opposite, telling us how difficult it is. Oh, that won't work. Oh, it won't raise the revenue. Oh, it's not fair. It's so harsh on all these people. And they never say that about people on lower middle incomes are being absolutely clobbered. They never say that about the people who lie awake at night worrying about how they're going to pay the bills, how they're going to do the shopping, how they're going to pay the rents, how they're going to pay the mortgages. Because when it comes to picking the pockets of working people, it's the first and last resort of this Conservative government, and it's only because there's an election around the corner and Labour are chomping at their heels that they've finally discovered the cost of living crisis. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Friend, and he's right to pick up on this unfunded £46 billion proposal to scrap national insurance. Just a quick glance on the gov.uk website. What national insurance is for? Basic state pension, additional state pension, new state pension, new style job seekers allowance, contribution-based employment and support allowance, maternity allowance, bereavement support allowance. If this 46 billion is going, how are these being paid for?
It's an excellent question my honourable friend asks, and it's a question they will have to answer, because we're not having this double standard in politics, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the Labour Party had announced unfunded commitments of this kind, they would be the first to howl and complain, and it would be the question confronting every Labour spokesperson on every broadcast platform and in every national newspaper. And that is the question that should be levelled at them. Because this is not just hypothetical recklessness. We have seen where the Conservatives' ideological recklessness led our country. A disastrous mini-budget for which they have never apologised, never taken responsibility before, and apparently never learned the lessons. It is a disgrace. And if it's not coming from the sources that my honourable friend suggested in terms of pensions and support for people, let's just bear in mind the scale of £46 billion. It is a quarter of the NHS budget. Is that where the money for abolishing national insurance is going to come from? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, they would have to close 130 hospitals, sack 96,000 nurses, sack 37,000 doctors and sack 7,000 GPs. Will these cuts be evenly spread across the country? Or will they just shut down the NHS in the West Midlands and Yorkshire and leave the rest of the country untouched? They are very welcome to tell us when this policy will be introduced, how they will fund it, and where the cuts or the alternative tax rises will come from, because these are the questions we are going to hound them with every day of the general election campaign.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. In terms of this £46 billion, some of that could have been allocated to compensation payments for those impacted by infected blood. And does he share my concern that was not mentioned in the budget, and that those who are impacted by this feel very frustrated and very angry at the government's delays on dealing with that issue?
Grateful to the honourable gentleman, because he brings me to the next section of my speech. That was another crucial detail missing from this budget. Where is the compensation for the victims of the contaminated blood scandal? The Prime Minister acknowledged that this was an appalling tragedy and promised he was speeding up the award of compensation. Sir Brian Langstaff gave final recommendations on compensation in April 2023, almost an entire year ago. Why is it the Prime Minister can act quickly to help the Science Secretary with her legal fees, but he drags his feet when it comes to helping the poor victims of this scandal? Because we should be in no doubt, the Chancellor allocated no money and hasn't left enough headroom in his budget to meet the levels of compensation likely to be required. So what is his plan? Is he going to break his fiscal rules or break his promise to the victims? Which is it? It's not a hypothetical question, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think people would like an answer from the government on the contaminated blood scandal. We've heard the warm words, we've heard the commitment. In fact, the Prime Minister said he's going speedy. I'd love to see the Prime Minister when he's in snail mode. But it's serious. People are dying without this compensation. And now they're floating a general election in the autumn and bottling the second general election. So are they seriously saying that this is going to drag on into the autumn for a new government to pick up the pieces? Because that's what it looks like to me. And I think it's shameful. And given this Chancellor, and given everything he said about this scandal, and given his role as the longest-serving Secretary of State for Health under the Conservative government, I think it's actually a real shame on him. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the NHS. In announcing the productivity review, the Chancellor admitted something that Labour has been arguing for some time, that the Conservatives have failed to reform our public services, that they have hiked up taxes on working people, wasted taxpayers' money and delivered poor services. In short, Under the Conservatives, we are paying more and getting less. Yeah. Now he wants us to trust the arsonists to put out the fire they started. He promises a crackdown on agency spend. Here's what he said, Madam Deputy Speaker. For too long, staffing agencies have been able to rip off the NHS by charging extortionate hourly rates which cost billions of pounds a year and undermine staff working hard to deliver high-quality care. The tough new controls on spending that we're putting in place will help the NHS improve continuity of care for patients and invest in the front line while putting an end to the days of unscrupulous companies charging up to £3,500 a shift for a doctor. I agree with every word the Chancellor said, but that wasn't from the budget speech. That was him speaking in 2015, 9 years ago, when he was the Health Secretary. And what has changed? Last year, the NHS spent £3.5 billion on agency staff, £5,200 for a single doctor shift. The taxpayer is getting ripped off worse than ever before because the Chancellor refused to train the doctors and nurses our NHS needs. And just last year, the Conservatives poured an extra £400 million into agency staff. Why? Because they have forced NHS doctors and nurses out on the worst strikes the NHS has ever seen. And the budget confirmed they have no plan to end this chaos. Because the truth is, the Prime Minister would much rather blame NHS staff for poor performance rather than the abysmal failure of 14 years of Conservative government. And of course, he had promised new AI technology for the NHS. We'll add that to the long list of Labour's plans the government is adopting. But this was a man who promised in 2013 that the NHS would go paperless. 4 years later, he said, and I'm not joking, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm quite relieved that most people seem to have forgotten I made that pledge. Well, the country hasn't forgotten that record. It's 2024, and the NHS still runs on pagers, fax machines and paper records. The Chancellor's failure left the NHS with the longest waiting list and lowest patient satisfaction in history. Now the butcher of the NHS is back, and he wants 5 more years to finish the job. The member for Loughborough was named and shamed by the Chancellor as playing a role in drafting the budget. The question is, where was the plan to cut NHS waiting lists? 125,000 patients waiting in Leicestershire. Why didn't she ask the Chancellor for something to help her constituents who need treatment today? Madam Deputy Speaker, the last Labour government delivered the shortest waiting times and highest patient satisfaction in NHS history. We did it through investment and reform. We did it before and we will do it again. And at the next general election, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question that people across Britain will be asking is, after 14 years of Conservative government, are they and their families better off? Are our public services better off? In fact, is there anything working better today than it did 14 years ago? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me help them out. Because there is one institution that's working better than at any point in the last 14 years, and that is the Labour Party. Yeah. It is the only party with a plan to deliver Britain out of the mess that they've made. It is the only party that has a strong leader and a united party behind them. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the magpies opposite are looking for more plans to adopt before their time runs out, they could adopt planning reforms to get Britain building again, our industrial strategy that sees government and business working hand in hand to get our economy growing again, our National Wealth Fund to harness investment in green jobs, our plan to switch on Great Britain's energy to invest in our energy security, a plan to invest 5 million homes bringing down household energy bills for good, a plan to get Britain back to work because we understand you can only build a healthy economy with a healthy society, and our plan to get millions off NHS waiting lists back in work and free to live their lives to the full. 2 million more appointments a year at evenings and weekends to cut waiting lists, doubling the number of AI-enabled scanners in our National Health Service to diagnose people faster, 700,000 more urgent dental appointments a year and reform of the NHS dentistry contract, 8,500 more mental health professionals, a community mental health hub in every community, mental health support in every school, in every primary and secondary school in the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what a plan for growth looks like. It's a plan There's a plan for the National Health Service too. That's what the budget would have looked like if Labour were in office and the Shadow Chancellor was sat in the Treasury. This is the change our country needs. It's time for a general election so we can put the British people out of their misery and have a Labour government that can give Britain its future back.
Before I call the first speaker from the backbenchers, we do have 32 speakers. And so I would advise that really confining speeches to 6 or 7 minutes, certainly to start with, would be extremely helpful to make sure we can get everybody in. So, Bill Wiggin.
Madam Deputy, I'll try and keep it as brief as I can, because this budget demonstrates the decisions which the government has taken since 2010 that have allowed 800 jobs to be created every day for 14 years. And with that self-respect that you get with a job, the furlough scheme protected 11.7 million of those jobs. And job creation and preservation shows that we don't need to take away money from public services to deliver tax cuts to the very same hard-working people. And it shows that the Conservatives can be trusted with public money and will reverse high taxes on the individual while spending record amounts on public services too. That is taking back control of our money. And the budget included £2.45 billion for the NHS for 2025, which will help with cutting waiting times. And so I visited Hereford Hospital a fortnight ago, and I met the Chief Executive, who proudly outlined some of the achievements, including a new diagnostic centre and the training suite, which they're planning, all part of the transformation to improving training staff in Hereford, as well as better outcomes for patients. Not a message of misery at all, but I do believe that the NHS should continue to focus on training its staff, as we've seen at Worcester University, where more places are being created. Having highly trained staff increases performance and reduces the need for agency staff. And that is the cost that we should be focusing on. And perhaps there needs to be golden handcuffs for the NHS. Health is a global market, therefore the taxpayer who trains the new entrant ought to have some hope of payback post-graduation. Some sort of discouragement for staff to relocate elsewhere, such as Canada, and with waiting lists in mind, perhaps GPs could be paid according to the number of people that they actually see. Currently, the system is based on the number of patients on the books, and we know that there is a guideline amount of time that GPs have to spend with you, but they're doctors, they understand that sometimes you need considerably longer. So I think recommending only 25 patients a day is not the way forward. In Herefordshire, the GPs believe that they could see people and be paid by the number of people they see. So I hope that my right honourable friend will pilot such a scheme to prove that waiting lists can be cut by primary care activity, but of course we will have to pay for that extra effort. Now, stopping the boats. In 2023, the number of small boats arrivals was 36% less than the year before, and there were 17% fewer asylum applications. So the plan is working, and we should be thinking about reducing the costs of border enforcement and the process of asylum claims. In Leominster, the Talbot Hotel is no longer being used to house asylum seekers, and I have written to the local authority stating my support for compulsory purchase of this hotel and the Royal Oak to boost local tourism. We need to see our hotels filled with tourists paying to visit, and we should be looking quite carefully at the issue of paying the French to stop the crossings. We have pledged millions to support, but when the Rwanda scheme is underway, that should deter the crossing, and perhaps we won't need to pay the money to the French. And therefore we must make sure that the Rwanda bill is passed. I was dismayed that Labour peers blocked this bill. 64 migrants have died in the English Channel since 2018. Every day that goes by is another day that someone could die in the Channel. And if the Lords continue to block this bill, this House should consider looking at elements of the Human Rights Act. I wonder how their lordships will feel, or indeed the asylum applicants will feel as they drown. What about their human rights? Not much use if you're dead. So it's important that we deliver on the will of the people by stopping the boats. If we don't leave the ECHR, but we do need to tell them that we will no longer allow illegal channel crossers to be eligible for asylum. And they can sling us out of the ECHR if they want, but I don't believe they will, just as they didn't when we stopped prisoners from voting. We need to protect innocent asylum seekers from being put at risk by people traffickers before more lives are lost. Now, agriculture and the environment. English farmers are sore, but not in the same way as Welsh farmers, or Belgian, Dutch, or French farmers. Every EU farmer who blockaded the EU buildings and burnt bales on the motorway. I believe we need to support British farmers through tax breaks instead of grants. The recent announcement of £427 million grant for farming is welcome, but I would like to see tax breaks as a more efficient and better tool for food production, because if you want second-hand farm machinery, a grant won't allow you to do this, but a tax break would. And we could save more money by merging the Environment Agency and National England. National England and the Environment Agency are responsible for a great deal of pressure on the mental health of farmers. We need to look at their scope, and we need to cut the number of suicides in agriculture. In my constituency there's been 6, and on average there are 3 suicides in the agriculture industry each week. That is far too high. So taking the pressure off farmers would be a tremendous step forward. I'm delighted in the 8.5% increase for pensions to match the triple lock, and we need clever pension policy which covers not just old age but also care. We need to think about the way we pay the state pension and ensure that it isn't taxed, and we need to look at the furnished holiday lets tax break too, because that is causing a great deal of unrest in the countryside. But most of all, we understand insurance, we understand pensions, we understand care and funding, but we don't seem to be able to manage the whole lot when we put them together. And we need to do better as we get older to deliver on all our ambitions, to help our children, to save money in case we need it for long-term care, and to deliver peace of mind for pensioners who are worrying about these challenges. On transport, the government recent reallocation of funds from HS2 has been a resounding success and is an example of how the government's plan is working. In Herefordshire alone, we've received funds of £106 million in additional funding for road resurfacing and £101 million for local transport. All this funding has been reallocated from HS2, which people could be forgiven for forgetting that I voted against in 2013. And this shows how the strategic use of public funds can be used to deliver public goods without increasing the tax burden. I think that I've had my allocation of time, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government has done a great deal of good reversing the damage that COVID has done. Inflation is down, the cost of living is down, national insurance is down. Only electricity suppliers like Scottish Power continue to prey on people, and I hope that Ofgem will investigate them. If we are united and stick together, we can show that our plan is working and there is a brighter future for us all.
SNP spokesperson Kirsty Black.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm beginning to wonder if some people in this place are living on the same planet as the rest of us, if they're receiving the same casework as the rest of us, if they are faced with the same problems that our constituents are faced with. I've been an elected representative, I've been working in public service for nearly 17 years now, and this is the worst I've ever seen it. This is absolutely the worst I've ever seen it. People are coming into our surgeries at the absolute end. They cannot cope anymore. There is nowhere else that they can turn, and they're coming to their MP. Sometimes it's taken a lot of courage to come to that. And there's literally no optimism that we can offer them. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. This budget was an opportunity for the Chancellor to improve things in terms of the cost of living. And he didn't do it. He did not take that opportunity. He did not see the problems that are facing so many people. The budget has come on the back of the damage of Brexit. It's come on the back of 14 years of austerity. It's come on the back of the horrific, disastrous mini-budget that we saw last year that further destroyed the economy. And looking at that, looking at the stats that the Chancellor thought it was a good idea to talk about, he said, oh look, since the last forecast, things have got better. Well, of course they've got better since the last forecast, because the last forecast was in the aftermath of that total disaster of a budget, that was mini-budget, that was put forward, for which, by the way, those people who were in those roles got severance payments from their ministerial pay. You know, came in, trashed the economy, and then left with a hefty 18 grand in their pockets in order to spend. It's completely shocking that we can be in this situation. Now, the party opposite keep talking about tax. Now, if you read the OBR have said that tax as a share of GDP is at a near post-war high. Right? It is, so the minister can say all that she likes about comparing these things to other countries, but a near post-war high is a pretty damning indictment for a party that is standing up there talking about how important it is to reduce tax. If the member wants to intervene on me, he can intervene. But actually, if the member cared very much about the tax system, if he cared about trying to make a difference to people's lives, he would be ensuring that local authorities in England are not raising council tax by 4.99%. He would be freezing council tax for people. He would have looked at the national insurance changes and actually thought to himself, how do these national insurance changes work? Well, they are better. They give more money to people who make more money, right? That would not have been my choice of priorities. Scotland is not the highest taxed part of the UK. If you look at business rates, if you look at council tax, if you look at all of the different spends that the tax that people have, if you look at the starter rate that we have for the lowest earners, actually it's incredibly helpful to live in Scotland. And actually, things like the capital gains tax that the UK have decided to make changes to, they have a massive differential impact on different groups of people. You're less likely to benefit from the capital gains tax changes if you're female, if you're black, if you live outside London. You are less likely to benefit from these changes. The UK government have got the wrong priorities. They are doing their very, very best to make things better for the richest people. They are doing their very best to ensure that inequality is further entrenched. If you look at, as I said, the national insurance reduction, those people on the highest wages get the most money back from this change. Those people on the lowest wages get the least money back from this change, which again is with this Conservative ethos. The Chancellor has been absolutely clear that the biggest losers from this budget are oil and gas. Now, if the biggest losers from the budget are oil and gas, and this was on the, let's say this was on the basis of the Conservatives' really strong commitment to reducing climate change, which, by the way, it isn't on that commitment, but let's just say for a moment that it was, that what they were doing was about ensuring that climate change targets are met, that we're getting closer to net zero. Then there would be a seesaw, there would be a balance. You would be increasing the tax on oil and gas, and you would be increasing the investment that there is in renewables. Now, increasing the investment in renewables is incredibly, incredibly important, because if you're going to have this tax raid on the North Sea, if you're going to have this impact on those communities that, like mine in Aberdeen, that are heavily reliant on oil and gas jobs, you need to have that green investment. You need to have, for example, the increases, the long-term funding decisions in relation to CCUS, which would bring in, for carbon capture and unconventional storage, would bring in £30 billion of private investment. But the UK government, for some reason, possibly because it's some big pre-election gimmick, are refusing to make those decisions right now. They're refusing to put in the £28 billion a year that we need in order to secure those jobs in the green future that we have. In order to get that bonanza that there is, we've got such a huge amount of potential in terms of renewable technologies, and we are failing to get there because the UK government fails over and over again to put their money where their mouth is when it comes to commitments. In fact, actually, their mouth is in the wrong place on this as well. Now they're talking about cutting the green crap, and they seem to have reverted to type on that. The investment in this is the lowest levels. The investment is the lowest levels in the G7. And it's just shocking that the UK government are failing to tackle the biggest issue of our time, which is climate change. They're refusing to do that. They're failing to do that. The Labour Party have said that they'll put in £4.7 billion a year in order to fund the green investment in green technologies. £4.7 billion is the same amount as the Scottish Government are spending in Scotland in 24-25. So the Labour Party thinks that's enough money, whereas Scotland knows that that's enough for Scotland. We need significantly more in order to get that investment that we need. And remember that all of this is reserved. The Scottish Government is putting money into this, is putting support into this, but it is reserved stuff that they're doing. The reality is that we have got so much energy in Scotland, we've got so much potential in Scotland, but we do not have the full control of the powers that we need in order to take advantage of this, in order to ensure a better future for our children, for our planet, and in order to ensure and secure those jobs that we continue to need. I mean, in terms of spending, looking at the spending that there is in this budget and the decision-making that there is, the last autumn statement had a real terms NHS cut. Scotland nonetheless increased our spend on the NHS in real terms, despite the fact that we were faced with that cut. Tax cuts and tax breaks are not investment. They're just not. You cannot say that a budget that is heavily reliant on tax cuts and tax breaks will ensure that we've got the public services that we need. Melanie Wilkes from the IPPR said the Chancellor's announcements represent unsustainable real-term spending cuts to already crumbling public services, with many having already seen spending per person falling consistently during and after the austerity years. The IFS said that the Chancellor's budget leaves many public services facing savage cuts of £20 billion a year by 2028. And last week's statement did not provide a single penny more for capital funding. The Barnett consequentials that we'll get from the health increase that's been signalled by the Chancellor are actually less than we got in in-year consequentials last year. So the reality is that this big amount of money that the government has announced for the NHS is, for starters, not worth the paper it's written on, but also it is not nearly such a big amount of money as the Chancellor would like you to think that it is. Focusing specifically on some of the DCMS matters and the creative sector focus, the issue is that narrow tax reliefs will not fix the systemic issues that there are within some of the creative sector. There has been, over the past few years, £1 billion in cuts to arts forced by Tory austerity. £1 billion in cuts by local authorities to arts funding because of the reductions in funding that there has been to local authorities. If you want to have Barbie filmed here, if you want to have Jurassic World filmed here, that's all well and good, but if you do not have the infrastructure behind it, if you do not have that grassroots funding in order to ensure that people can get excited and energised and educated in the arts, then we're going to have to import all of the talent to do these jobs. We're not going to have the people trained in order to be able to do them unless that grassroots support and funding is there. I mean, we've seen that. If you look at football, we have seen a massive increase in the amount of female footballers that are performing particularly well. The England team have done brilliantly, and that is because of the grassroots support that there has been. That's because of the grassroots increase, the funding increase, and the amount of sports that there's been in women's football. And it's brilliant. It's really, really good that there is that, but without that ecosystem, you will never get those people performing at that highest possible level. And making these changes to big, flashy, shiny things is great, fine, but you need to back that up with that ecosystem behind it. There are, in addition to the issues that there are around the arts funding cuts, there is no cut to the VAT on tickets, which is a significant problem. 15 festivals have been cancelled for 2024 already. One more was announced the day before the budget. if you're not going to look at things like the VAT on tickets, which is significantly higher than it is throughout Europe, then you're going to continue to have these issues, particularly when the cost of living crisis is biting and people cannot afford to go to see live music as often as they would like to. Having 20% VAT on tickets is just too high. There's also no fixes for migration in relation to this, and there's a significant lack of some of the reliefs applying to things like choirs. There are major issues with this. Some of the creative sector are very happy with the changes, and I'm glad that that is the case. Other parts of the creative sector feel that they've been left out, particularly when it comes to live music and nighttime economies. The UK government needs to, if it's going to focus on the creative sector, ensure that they do more in order to enable people to access the arts, enable people to access particularly live music. In terms of the actual title of today's debate about growing the economy, one of the members over there mentioned the fact that there's record employment and was looking at the fact that this is a positive thing. I'm glad that people are working, I'm glad that people are able to work, I'm glad that people are able to find jobs. But we have got so many vacancies right now, and the issue with the lack of migration that we have, or with the outward migration of lots of people who are working in care, for example, means that the NHS is stressed like never before. It is stressed like never before, having come out of COVID, having had too many vacancies, having refusal of increases in pay from the UK government repeatedly. And people are really, really struggling. And I can understand why people wouldn't want to do those incredibly high-stress jobs working in our public sector, ensuring that our NHS is providing the best possible service. The government needs to do more to be clear that we're not just standing out on the doorsteps clapping for public sector workers or for the NHS workers, that we actually support them, that we actually want to give them the money that they deserve for doing the incredibly hard jobs that they do day in, day out in order to keep us safe, that they're training people in order to take those on, and that they're allowing migration for people to come in and work in our NHS where they want to do so. In Scotland, we've got to focus on well-being. Our decision-making processes go through a lens of well-being. So rather than saying, right, let's look at our budget, we are going to focus on GDP growth, that is the most important thing. The most important thing is ensuring that our population have got good well-being, ensuring that they are better off, ensuring that they are mentally, physically happier as a result of the decision-making that is made, ensuring that climate change targets are met, for example, so that their children and their children's children have got a planet to grow up in, ensuring that they can afford to live. That's why we've got things like the Scottish Child Payment, free school meals for P1 to 5, baby boxes, free bus travel for under 22s. I don't know how many of you remember being under 22 and being totally frustrated at how much transport costs. People are able to make their way around Scotland, or even just get to school or uni more cheaply than they could before, because under 22s, eligible disabled people and those who are aged 60 plus in Scotland have all got free bus travel. That's making a real difference to people's lives day in, day out, especially when the cost of buses in Aberdeen is like £5.10 a day or something at the moment. In terms of the other things that we're putting in, the child winter heating payment for households of the most severely disabled children, and this is probably going to get some groans from the other side, the fact that we scrapped the right to buy. The fact that we scrapped the right to buy has made the biggest difference to my constituency. There are new council houses able to be built that we do not have to sell at an 80% discount. We can build those council houses, people can live in them, and then when we have any issues, when we have any situations, we've got brand new shiny council houses to put people into, and it is fabulous that there is social housing. We absolutely still have social housing waiting lists, absolutely we do, because we have been trying to undo decades of right to buy issues and the fact that we couldn't build more council houses. This situation that so many of my constituents are in, that so many people up and down the UK are in, that so many people throughout all of our constituencies are in, is desperate. It is desperate. They have got, in so many cases, people who even before were comfortable, never had to worry, had 2 cars, were happy enough, are really struggling to pay their mortgages, are really struggling to pay their council tax, are really, really struggling with funding the daily necessities. And the UK government has absolutely failed to take account of that. They've absolutely failed to listen to the cries for help that people are making, and they have absolutely failed in this budget to have the right priorities for the people of Scotland, for the people of the UK, in order to make their lives better, to improve their well-being, rather than simply to focus on some fiscal rules.
And as I've said before, I absolutely prefer not to put a time limit on, but if colleagues could confine their remarks to 7 minutes, that would be terrifically helpful. Philip Dunne.
Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Aberdeen North, because it gives me the opportunity gently to point out to her that she represents a party which is presiding over part of the United Kingdom with the highest rates of personal taxation across the UK, and she doesn't seem to understand that you can address cost of living pressures for those in work by cutting taxes, as the Chancellor has just done for 27 million people in this country, and by cutting the national insurance rate by 2p next month on top of the 2p cut this January. This will make a material difference for families across the country, and in particular in South Shropshire, and it sets the clear direction of travel for lower rates of personal taxation in the future under the next Conservative government. Combined with the above inflation increases to thresholds. No, I'm afraid I have no time. The Deputy Speaker has been very strict. Since 2010, the average South Shropshire worker now earns £34,500, and in the next fiscal year will pay over £1,500 less in personal taxes than they otherwise would have done had the government only increased thresholds in line with inflation. So I welcome what's been done there, and also by raising the threshold and halving the rate at which higher income child benefit is withdrawn, so that by April of 2026, the Chancellor will have ended the unfairness for single earner families. Those who are over 65 years old, and I declare my interest, comprise 31% of South Shropshire's residents, compared to 18% nationally. So pension incomes are of particular importance to my constituents. And thanks to maintaining the triple lock, the full annual amount of the basic state pension is £3,700 higher in cash terms than in 2010. The triple lock increased the state pension by 10.1% this year and will increase by a further 8.5% next month. So, in addition, the tax-free personal allowance at £12,570 remains high enough that a pensioner only receiving a full basic or new state pension will not pay any tax on this income. That is a significant advance for pensioners than the legacy left by the Labour Party when they were in office. My constituents are a very rural place, and most people have to rely on cars for their transport. So extending the fuel duty-frees will help keep fuel costs lower than they otherwise would have been, and alcohol duty-freezing and extending the business rates relief will significantly help the hubs of our communities in rural areas, which are our pubs. As a farmer, I was also very pleased that the Chancellor listened to calls from farming organisations and the Conservative Environment Network, of which I'm a member, to address the anomalous disincentive under which agricultural property relief was not available to land being entered into some natural capital land use schemes. This is a welcome correction. I'd like to touch briefly, in the remaining moments I have, to the work of the Environmental Audit Committee, and as that related to the budget. I was very pleased to see that the Government has committed that the next Contracts for Difference, 6th round for renewable energy projects, will get the largest funding allocation to date, with over £1 billion available. The Government, and I'm pleased to see the Energy Minister in his place, has clearly learned lessons from the previous round, recognising that prevailing market conditions will, I hope, inject commercial realism into the UK's approach to this increasingly competitive global market. But while support for renewable energy production is welcome on the path to decarbonising the economy, it cannot happen in isolation. And as part of our current inquiry into enabling sustainable electrification of the UK economy, it is clear that electricity infrastructure, including transmission, distribution and storage, will also have to increase materially to handle the increased generation capacity which will be required to meet the increased demand. And it was very good to see this recognised in the budget, building on the energy system announcements last autumn to reform grid access, so that since November, over 40 gigawatts of energy projects have been offered earlier grid connection dates, accelerating and modernising the system to allow more renewable energy projects to connect more quickly. And while not wishing to preempt the conclusions of our current inquiry, the Government is bringing forward measures both to remove barriers to infrastructure investment and at the same time developing important guidance to encourage better community benefit for those who might be affected. Just turning to the other energy announcement, I was very pleased by the progress for the acquisition of nuclear energy sites from Hitachi, both in my honourable friend for Innis Mons constituency and at the Oldbury site in South Gloucestershire. I'd written on behalf of our committee raising concerns about the pace of progress and had called on the Government in a debate 2 weeks before the budget on the civil nuclear roadmap for progress on site selection. And those of you who were up early enough this morning will have heard the chair of Great British Nuclear, Simon Bowen, announce that Great British Nuclear now envisages also taking 2 small modular reactor projects through to final investment decision in the next Parliament, which is a welcome breakthrough. Finally, I would just like to welcome the further clarity on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, first confirmed in December, which will be introduced from January 2027. Our committee did a significant amount of work on this, and which I hope the Minister might recognise in laying the groundwork for this policy. By giving a date to which industry can plan, they will have the confidence to invest in decarbonisation efforts, knowing that a carbon border adjustment mechanism at the border will mean that less environmentally harmful products will be manufactured here, and we can reduce imports so that the UK investments in decarbonising by our manufacturers can't be undercut through weaker environmental standards. This was a thoughtful, prudent budget which will generate lower taxation for individuals over time and will grow the economy under the Conservatives.
Blomfield.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. After last Wednesday's budget, I was caught up in chaos at St Pancras, with most of the lines north out of action. And what was interesting was that whatever the real reason, listening to people around me talking, here we go again. Yeah. Everything's broken. Yeah. It's a reflection of so much that's happening in the country. Exactly. Yeah. And it does reflect that experience. You know, shocking NHS waiting lists. Previous progress, and this is appalling, previous progress on cancer survival rates now slipping. People unable to get a dentist, and as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Health Secretary, said in his storming critique of the government, some people resorting to pulling out their own teeth, as we heard at the Health Select Committee. Crumbling schools. I mean, in Sheffield, we have an estimated 45 million needed for essential repairs of our schools, but only 3.4 million available. Buses costing more while services decline. Youth services cut, and knife crime rising. A failing welfare system which has created a massive growth in food banks. What we once thought a temporary phenomenon, now part of the welfare landscape. And local government in particular, starved of funds. Over the past 14 years, Sheffield Council has lost around half its funding from central government in real terms. A total of £3.6 billion, equivalent to 315 million less for this year's budget alone. Now, last Wednesday's budget, as the last of a dying administration, we all hope, would have been a chance to begin to repair broken Britain, but the Chancellor missed it, ignoring the crisis across our public services, ignoring too public opinion, which puts those services before tax cuts. But these weren't decisions made in the public interest. They were made to manage the warring factions inside his party. And as so many decisions over the past 14 years have been, regardless of the damage to our economy. Now, the Chancellor likes to make claims about growth rates using convenient snapshots of statistics, but look at the last quarter, for which figures are published, quarter 4 of 2023, compared with 4 years earlier. 4 years earlier. Now, forget those claims about leading the G7. According to the House of Commons Library, UK growth for that quarter was 1%. Well below the Eurozone, well behind Japan, Canada and the US. The National Institute of Economic and Social Research puts the UK's annual growth rate at around 1.2% since 2010. Roughly half the 2.3% under most of the last Labour government. So my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, is right to focus on growth. And there's no benefit in increasingly taxing an ever-diminishing cake. But it was interesting to hear the Shadow Secretary of State, no longer in her place, boast that UK tax as a percentage of GDP is well behind most of Europe. It is. Behind half the G7. It is. But you know, she's at odds with her Chancellor, who was looking admiringly at the US, where it's far lower, at 26.5% of GDP. But there's no evidence from the US. And this is a reflection of the flaws in the Chancellor's thinking. There's no evidence in the US that it's that tax yield that has driven growth. Indeed, if there's a lesson to be learnt from the States, it's probably from Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. And tax in the US doesn't cover much of the spending that it does in the UK. Americans might have more money in their pockets, but they have to spend it on services funded by tax here, from refuse collection to health. And the US spends much more on health than we do, 14% of GDP compared with 9%. So there was, in the budget, space to increase revenue, but not to increase taxes on working people. Indeed, this budget left those who could least afford it as tax losers. According to the Resolution Foundation, workers earning below £27,000, which is just under the average earnings in South Yorkshire, will be up to £500 a year worse off because of the combined impact of the national insurance changes, which the Chancellor likes to talk about, and the threshold changes which he likes to ignore since last August. But instead, the Chancellor gave a capital gains tax handout for those selling second and third properties. His tax cuts hit those struggling most with the cost of living crisis, but they leave unprotected government departments worse off. Less money for education, less for local government, less for most departments. And there's not enough for the NHS to pay their staff the wages that they deserve. So there were choices. We could have had a budget which focused on public services and investment in growth. We could have had one that used the opportunity to raise taxes from those who could afford it, beyond simple game playing on non-doms. This budget didn't. It failed the country, as this government has for 14 years. It showed again why it's time for change and time for a general election.
John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do commend the government for this budget. I think it's more radical than first meets the eye. And I say that as someone who is probably going to be making their last budget speech, in the sense that after 23 years, as some of my honourable and right honourable friends know, I'm stepping down at the next general election. But I am pleased that it incorporates a number of ideas that many on these benches, and a few on the other benches aside as well, to be fair, have been campaigning on for a number of years. Individual measures that were confirmed are welcome. State pension going up 8.5% this year, minimum wages going up 9.8%. These are all good measures because, and indeed, national insurance contributions coming down another 2%, which, together with the January's cut, will add £900 to the average salary. These are good measures, particularly the minimum wage, I would suggest, going up as much as it is, because it is not only the right thing to do, but actually it's the fair thing to do to help the lower paid, and it might also encourage over the long term businesses to invest more. If we want a high-tech, high-wage, high-growth economy, this has to be one of the measures that has to be core to the policy itself. There is no doubt, and let's be clear about this, that taxes are higher than we would like. I raised this with the Prime Minister at PMQs only last month, but commended him for the support that he oversaw during the pandemic. I commended him at that PMQs, Prime Minister's questions, because we were responding to a once-in-a-generation pandemic, and it was the right thing to do to make sure that we had one of the most generous furlough schemes and indeed COVID support packages anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. It protected, as an honourable member said previously, over 11 million jobs. And I don't think any government would have, in their right mind, any government, have walked away from that commitment. And it enabled us to bounce back quicker when it came to the economic recovery. I was also pleased to hear of the British ISA, alongside other measures to encourage greater domestic investment into British equities. We should remember that the UK stock market is the gateway to financial services in this country, which contributes something like 10% of gross domestic product, and that should not be underestimated. Now, some of us wrote to the Chancellor in advance of the budget about this, and I'm pleased to see that these measures were forthcoming. The emphasis on pension funds in particular to examine their support of UK equities, because in recent decades, pension funds have divested themselves of UK equities by almost 90%. And it's got to the point now where we need to encourage greater investment in the great British companies of the future. This will not just boost growth and employment, but should also encourage these firms to remain in the UK rather than going abroad. It should also slow down the worryingly large number of British firms being bought by foreign investors at knockdown prices, especially when these firms contribute directly to our strategic industries, including those essential for our security and defence. But I would suggest very briefly that the budget is radical in this regard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is, I think it represents a shift in thinking, possibly on both sides of the House. In itself, the national insurance contribution cuts are welcome. I've always believed that national insurance is a tax on jobs, and that is why I defied my own party's whip to vote against our previous attempts to actually increase, or not attempts, the policy to increase national insurance contributions. But there has been a marked shift in not just this budget, but the previous budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a shift in the tax burden, that is, away from workers to most other forms of income, including savings and pension. And that's where its radicalism lies, because previously governments on both sides have used national insurance increases to help fund public services, including the NHS. Now, I personally very much welcome this shift. Unemployment is a social evil. It corrodes society. And we should remember that although we have record employment and an unemployment rate 1/3 below the EU average, there should be no complacency. National insurance cuts will further make work pay and could be self-funding if something like a couple of 100,000 more people come into work. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to raise one very briefly ongoing issue, and that is the cost disclosure regime for investment companies, otherwise known as an investment trust, which is hindering investment in key sectors. And I draw the House's attention to my entry in the register. For those who don't know, investment companies, otherwise known as investment trusts, are like a Shell and a Glaxo, but instead of running oil and selling clothes and food, they actually manage investments. And they're quite important to the UK economy. Nearly 40% of all FTSE 250 companies are investment trusts. 4 of the FTSE 100 companies are investment trusts. Yet, because of a quirk in EU-retained law, UK investment trusts are having to roll up their corporate and their investment management costs when disclosing a cost figure on the EMT feed used by the industry. This double accounting makes investment trusts look very expensive. It doesn't happen in other countries. The cost these other companies in other jurisdictions put on the EMT feed, if you like, or their equivalent, is zero. Now, investors are shying away from them. Discounts are widening. No new money is going into sectors like renewable energy, like infrastructure. Previously, this sector, investment trusts, had raised tens of billions of pounds for these valuable sectors. And even worse, companies are having to buy back their own shares and so withdrawing investment from those industries. Now, this is a nonsense. Investment companies have a long, proud track record of helping investors to channel money into much-needed sectors. And being closed-ended, and because their shares are traded and not the assets, the share price already reflects the company's costs, in my view. There should be no costings at all. Now, the FCA has gone as far as it believes it can without a change in the law. We've had conversations with the government, I've had conversations with the Chancellor and the Economic Secretary. A draft SI is before us, Mr Deputy Speaker. The consultation response has seen over 300 industry stakeholders and investment houses calling for investment trusts to be excluded as a constituent composite investment. That would solve the problem, and another SI is on the way. Discussions are ongoing. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the other place, Baroness Altman, Baroness Bowles and others are supporting a private members' bill called the Alternative Investment Fund Designation Bill, which received good cross-party support during its second reading on the 1st of March. I hope the government will support this. And only today, readers in the Times this morning will have seen the letter that Baroness Altman, Baroness Bowles and myself, along with a large number of investment company professionals, have written, setting out our continued concern at the situation. I recommend a visit to the website costdisclosure.co.uk, which sets out the issue in greater detail. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope the government's listening. There are ongoing conversations. I know that there are members on the front bench who've also participated in this debate regarding trying to resolve this issue, but it needs to be resolved quickly. And these discussions, as I say, are ongoing, and I'm looking forward to hearing some positive news.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In his budget speech, the Chancellor said he wanted to recognise the contribution of our creative industries and the tourism that comes from orchestras, museums, galleries and theatres. It was welcome that the budget made the tax reliefs that they can claim permanent. But this budget comes at a time when funding for our arts and culture sector is widely seen to be in crisis. Local authorities are the biggest funders of arts and culture. But years of cuts from Conservative-led governments mean that the funding which was previously spent on supporting orchestras to work in communities, or investing in grassroots music venues, or strengthening the pipeline of talent into the music industry, that investment has fallen by 43% since 2010. The Local Government Association reports that more than a third of local authorities are now saying that they need to make cost savings on arts and culture in order to balance the books. That balancing of the books has become ever harder at a time of increasing need for social care, children's services and support for homelessness. Now, the decline of support for music is most worrying in music education, where music and art subjects are being squeezed out for pupils in state schools. There has been a drop in the number of music teachers, a drop in the number of hours for which music is taught, a drop in the take-up of music subjects at GCSE and A-level, and a drop in funding in state schools. Now, just 15% of students in state schools receive sustained music tuition, compared to half children at independent schools. Independent schools still believe in music education. Now, music hubs have a vital role in providing high-quality music education. They provide that to 87% of schools in England. Yet their funding, the funding for music hubs, has declined in real terms over the last decade. And their financial viability comes under even further threat this September if the government ends its funding of the Teachers' Pension Scheme for for the thousands of music teachers which are engaged by music hubs, because this has only been extended to August, so there's a great deal of uncertainty. Now, by not addressing this issue and by bringing about the decline of music education in state schools, the government risks losing music teachers, future musicians, and the audiences of the future. And it fails to offer children access to an activity with many benefits for their academic, social and emotional development. And there are further challenges for the music industry. For musicians looking to tour overseas, the government's failure to negotiate a touring agreement with the EU has had devastating impacts on the pay and career progression, particularly for developing artists. Added to that now, we have failings at HMRC in issuing A1 forms on time, and that is causing long delays and financial penalties for UK musicians who tour to Europe. It's not acceptable that touring musicians are now waiting up to a year to be paid due to these failings at HMRC. But musicians hoping to play closer to home in one of England's brilliant music venues or one of our festivals may now find fewer options. Over 125 grassroots music venues were lost in 2023, according to the Music Venue Trust, and 15 festivals have already been forced to postpone or cancel this year. Now, music events are important for the visitor economy. UK Music estimated that over 14 million music tourists come to the UK every year, and they spend £6.5 billion while they are here. The Music Venue Trust reports that every £10 spent on a live music ticket is worth £17 to the local economy in that area. And grassroots venues are where many musicians learn their trade. The Bath music venue Moles helped launch the careers of Ed Sheeran, Oasis and Radiohead, but it was one of the 15% of grassroots music venues which closed their doors last year. This budget missed many opportunities for the government to help the music industry, and ministers have failed to address those issues I've raised. Today, my right honourable friend, the Labour leader, has said, it is short-sighted and frankly immoral to allow arts and culture to become the domain of a few privileged pupils. Britain is a world leader in music and film, but we are holding back masses of potential because the Conservatives' creativity crisis is shutting kids out. 14 years of Conservative governments on devaluing culture and music have created that creativity crisis. So I'm delighted that Labour's mission is to break down the barrier to opportunity in music and the arts. As Labour's former Culture Secretary, my noble friend Lord Smith of Finsbury, said about his role from 1997 to 2001, he believed his job was about all the things that for ordinary people make life worth living. If elected, Labour will unleash a generation of creativity so that every child gets access to creative subjects, not just the privileged few, and I welcome that.
Damian Green.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, and I was also entertained by the speech by the Honourable Gentleman from Ilford North, partly because, as ever, he had some good lines, but mostly because in a very long, very indignant speech excoriating the budget, he tried very hard to disguise the fact that on the central proposal of the budget, the cut in national insurance, he and the Labour Party are actually going to be in support of it. And so I felt that some of that indignation may have been a touch performative. I'm happy to observe that the Chancellor has passed his first test. I often feel that Chancellors, like doctors, should start with the old medical rubric, first do no harm. It may seem a low bar, but we've all seen budgets that fail to get over it. This one has, and for that we should all be grateful. I should add that I go much further than this slightly grudging praise, because I'm genuinely very positive about the measures in the budget. There are one or two elements I would have wished to have seen added to the Chancellor's statement, but in general I would praise him for his navigational skills in some choppy waters. The evidence is there from the OBR that the economy is turning a corner. The OBR makes the point that inflation has receded more quickly than they expected, which strengthens near-term growth prospects and should enable a faster recovery in living standards. Many people in this country have experienced a tough few years, but we can see the path to recovery and we're taking the first steps along it. And not just in the short term. The IMF is forecasting that over the next 5 years we'll have the highest growth of the big European economies, including Germany and France. And it's important to recognise this when so many people have a vested interest in rushing around claiming that we're all doomed. And in an era when political and economic debate has become very partisan, borderline hysterical, it is time to be calm and realistic. The UK economy will start growing again in 2024. The inflation rate will come down to reasonable levels, interest rates should fall, and as a result, businesses will be more inclined to invest and consumers more inclined to spend. This is all good for the economy, for the day-to-day life of millions of families, and for the general well-being of our society. In the run-up to the budget, and in the spirit of helpfulness, I published an article with my honourable friends from Boston and Skegness and Wimbledon, which set out what this approach would mean in practice. Our main taxation ask, as One Nation Conservatives, was that any tax cuts should be aimed at ordinary, hard-working people. I'm glad that the Chancellor took the same view and concentrated the cuts on national insurance. Our other more long-term ask was that we should set out on the road of simplifying the tax system with the ultimate aim of taxing all income at the same rate regardless of its source, whether earnings, benefits or dividends. This will, of course, be a very long journey, but the indications that the Chancellor is thinking about this, with the eventual removal of the separate income tax that we call national insurance, is a good indication that the direction of travel is correct. It's taken many decades for the tax system to become as absurdly complicated as it is now, so it will take years, if not decades, to make it significantly better. But moving in that direction is really important. A streamlined regime would have the dual benefit of reducing red tape and the incentives to avoid tax. Such a regime would be demonstrably fairer, more progressive, and would reduce in-work poverty. Nigel Lawson used to have the admirable aim of abolishing a tax in every budget. It will take some time before the public finances are in shape to allow this to happen again, but even small steps in the right direction are a good sign. I also want to welcome one specific package of measures, which is the help for the creative industries, as introduced by my right honourable friend, the Culture Secretary, at the start of the debate. The Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee has been assiduous in trying to persuade the Treasury to recognise the economic importance of the creative industries on top of their obvious cultural significance, and I'm glad the Chancellor was evidently listening.
Will he allow?
If he will allow.
I hope he would also acknowledge that there has been cross-party support for the tax reliefs. Across the years, they were originally introduced by the Labour Party, they've been expanded by the government, and contrary to what the Minister said earlier, there has never been a vote on any of the individual tax reliefs at all.
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman's point, and indeed, I'm glad that this is another budget measure where there can be cross-party consensus, which feeds into my general point that actually there are things that this government is doing which should receive support from the opposition benches as well. And the day after so much British success at the Oscars is the right time to welcome the measures which will help maintain the extraordinary success of this country in making films and high-end TV programmes which are seen around the world. And this success, which will no doubt be helped by the extensions to tax relief announced in the budget, has meant full production schedules in many studios around the country. And I should declare a constituency interest because in Ashford we're at the early stages of building a new studio complex helped by levelling up funds, and I want the industry to be thriving in the years to come when these studios come to be occupied. But I should also declare a cultural interest in that I want to be able to see British independent films as well as the Hollywood blockbusters and series made for the streaming services. And the enhanced tax credit for British independent films under £15 million budgets hits exactly the spot in the market that the filmmakers themselves have told the Select Committee does need help. So that is a very well-aimed subsidy, which I hope will see future successes along the lines of the recent success of One Life. I am, as I said, overwhelmingly positive about the budget, I want to enter 2 caveats of issues which I hope can be addressed in future budgets. The first concerns helping rural communities who want to move to decarbonise their heating. There are 4 million people living in oil-heated homes in rural communities and who are off the gas grid. They want to do their bit for the environment, but are currently being disincentivised to adopt renewable liquid fuels. These fuels have lower carbon emissions and are taxed, while fossil fuel heating oil is not. Scrapping the tax on renewable liquid fuels in the budget would have reduced their cost and made them a viable alternative to using fossil fuels. So I hope that in future budgets, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will look to that. My second caveat is the vexed question of tax-free shopping. The abolition of VAT-free shopping when other big EU countries allow it clearly sets the UK at a disadvantage. The Treasury has argued it would cost the Exchequer billions of pounds. Other economists argue that the knock-on effects of greater tourism would actually more than make up for that. I hope that discussions can continue along which set of economists is right about this, so that we can move to a more rational system that helps our tourism industry. But apart from these caveats, I think we should be grateful to the Chancellor for producing a sensible, pragmatic and positive budget. The economy is recovering. It doesn't need shock treatment. It certainly doesn't need the unfunded commitments made by the Labour Party, even when they're trying so hard not to succumb to their basic impulses to tax and spend. It needs a continued steady hand to nurture the recovery, and under this Chancellor, I'm confident it will continue to improve.
Order is beginning to become a little elastic. If that continues, we shall have to have a 6-minute time limit. Andrew Gwynne.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman who's just contributed. He always brings a sense of togetherness in these speeches. Whilst he has obviously said he supports this budget, he's done so in as non-partisan way as he often does, and I always enjoy listening to his contributions. But I have to say, the way he painted the budget is very different to the one that my constituents reacted to, because they were left with the overwhelming sense of, is that it? And to be fair, looking as we do over at Tory MPs' faces, it was pretty much the majority expression of the Parliamentary Conservative Party after the Chancellor sat down. Probably be unfair to name my friend on the opposite benches, but as we were walking back to Portcullis House, he said to me, and Hansard will have to insert an Anglo-Saxon expletive, that I wasn't mentioned in the Chancellor's roll call of doom. Probably means I stand some chance at coming back after the election. And he was only half joking because, you know, the Chancellor thought he was doing the right thing, rolling off the tongue all the Conservative members in marginal constituencies, but all it did was highlight to the opposition benches just what a good job the Labour candidates are doing in those particular constituencies. Look, after 14 years of Conservative rule, we've had the very dregs of the barrel in this budget. Everyday experiences of people outside the Palace of Westminster are quite different to the contributions we've heard from the government benches in the course of the 3 days of the budget speech, because the reality is taxes are still up. Mortgages for many are up. Bills are up. Prices are up. And the response from this government, a budget with crumbs for working people, doing nothing to fundamentally tackle the challenges facing our economy. You would think that this is a budget of a country in its halcyon days rather than one now in recession. Has the Chancellor perhaps fallen victim to the warnings of the Prime Minister who appointed him and signed up to the anti-growth coalition? Because far from pursuing growth, the Chancellor has delivered the worst Parliament on record for living standards, confirmed by the Office of Budget Responsibility, giving with one hand and taking more with the other. They claim to be a party of low taxes, but Mr Deputy Speaker, thanks to the rate freezes, they will have created 3.7 million new taxpayers by 2028-29. It is a budget adorned with the white flag of surrender for a government that has simply given up on the country and is now looking in on itself. The Chancellor's suggestion of a one-day abolishing national insurance, an unfunded tax cut of £46 billion leaves a gaping hole in the public finances, and we know it, and they know it. It's nothing more than a gimmick. Because otherwise, that list that I rattled off earlier that's on the gov.uk website of all the things that national insurance pays for, not least the state pension, would have to be found from other sources. Transfer across to income tax, taxes up, or a raise in VAT, or both, or savage cuts to public finances. I, for one, thought the Chancellor was appointed to clean up the mess created by his predecessor, not follow his lead. There are no quick wins here. There are difficult decisions to be taken, and it will take much time to undo the damage to our economy. Yet this utterly reckless proposal shows that there is a fundamental lack of seriousness at the heart of government. They simply do not get the scale of the chaos they themselves have created. And nowhere is this more patently obvious than in the dire situation facing local government. With Section 114 notices now becoming frighteningly commonplace and leaders from across the political divide uniting in their call for help, help came there none. Rather, we had last-minute U-turns and more sticking plasters, straining to hold together an already broken system. This is far from just the odd move to fortnightly bin collections. It's about local authorities with serious statutory duties on children's services, on adult social care, and being forced to cut down to the bone, and in some cases, into the bare bones themselves. And they say that more can be found from local government finding its way through cutting jobs that are woke, in their words, or by finding other areas of waste. But after 14 years of local government finances being decimated, there is very little, if no waste, in local government now. They are struggling. My local authority's finances have been decimated. Stockport's budget is down £90 million a year. Tameside's is down £200 million. Manchester's budget is down £450 million. These are ginormous amounts of money, and the result is an ever-deepening level of social and economic inequality. Those areas already struggling are the ones suffering the most. Those who needed support having the ladder pulled from beneath them. This is the hallmark of a government who, far from bringing our country together, have sought to play divide and rule at every turn. After 14 years of Conservative government, we have a country that is less equal, less productive and less fair, with working people paying the price. From the tone of the Chancellor last week, you would think it is a record he is proud of, rather than one of which he should be utterly ashamed. So low have the party in government sunk that no longer are they crying foul about Labour not having a plan, they're stealing our homework and passing it off as their own. Well, I think the British people deserve more than a cheap copy job. They deserve the real thing. And it's about time they got the opportunity to vote for it. It's time for this era of chaos to come to an end. So let's have a general election now and give this country the Labour government the fresh start it so desperately needs. It's time for Britain to get her future back.
Cherilyn Mackrory.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable gentleman from Denton and Reddish. And despite what he said about me having my shout-out from the Chancellor last week, I was actually very proud of that, and I'll come to why in a moment. And not only did he mention me, he also mentioned my next-door neighbour. And to my knowledge, Labour cares so little for my next-door neighbour's constituency that they are yet to select a candidate for Snostal and Newquay. So I think his trope about it being marginals is somewhat off the mark. But I'd like to start by thanking the Chancellor for his budget statement last week, and there are many policy areas in the budget which will help fulfil the promises I've made to my constituents in Truro and Falmouth, announcements that make a real difference on the ground to deliver better homes, a lower cost of living, high-skilled jobs for the future, everything that Cornish members of Parliament have been putting in time and time again to deliver the local people there. And the first thing I want to mention, if I can, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the abolition of the tax regime for furnished holiday lettings, which is what I got my shout-out for last week. Mr Deputy Speaker, as we emerged from COVID, I held a surgery in one of my villages, St Agnes, and in a couple of hours in that surgery, 15 people had been through to see me, and every single one of them was either being evicted or their rent was being hiked to an unaffordable level, which meant that they were going to have to leave the property that they lived in. It illustrated to me that the property market in Cornwall, because of COVID, but not just because of COVID, but it had been amplified because of COVID, had become unworkable, and we absolutely needed to rebalance. And it's taken 3 or 4 years of hard work by Conservative constituency MPs, working with different departments across government to start to reach the balance that we need. It started with the Department for Levelling Up and Housing and Local Government to introduce the register of holiday lets, and also to introduce the need for planning if you want to have a change of use to turn a family home into a holiday let. And it culminated this week with another tool in the toolbox, which was the furnished holiday lettings tax regime. Now, neither of these would work alone, but together they start to change the direction of travel for landlords in Cornwall. And we're not demonising landlords in Cornwall, we're just trying to reset the balance and re-engage them into thinking about letting for the long term for families in Cornwall. And it is important because all of our constituents need somewhere to live, and at the moment it is just becoming untenable. I've got a village called Portlow where that has 90 properties in it, and 80% of those are second homes or holiday lets. One child lives in that village. Now, I hope that the House would all agree that that is an unacceptable balance. When the lights are off in winter and there's nobody home, we've got to do something about it, and it's thanks to this government and the Cornish Conservative MPs and like-minded MPs from around the country that we're actually starting to see the difference. I just want to whistle-stop, if I can, through another few highlights from the budget this year. The Secretary of State, when she opened in her remarks, mentioned the creative arts. The creative arts is hugely important to Cornwall. There are 6,000 businesses in the creative arts in Cornwall. We have Falmouth University and the University of Exeter in Penryn in my constituency. Falmouth University in particular is first in the UK and second in Europe for gaming's development. All of those things are absolutely vital to the Cornish economy and to the UK economy, and I was pleased that the government is going to invest heavily into for the tax reliefs to encourage this important industry. And secondly, apprenticeships. They're, again, vitally important to all of the emerging and re-emerging industries in Cornwall. The Cornwall Marine Network, for example, has over 5,000 apprenticeships and jobs created, £42 million worth of secured investment, and over £500 million generated for the Cornish economy. That includes companies like Pendennis, Shipbuilding, A&P and others. And A&P, incidentally, is trying to be part of the supply chain for the floating offshore wind for the Celtic Sea. It's put in for the FLOMIS Fund. I would be remiss of me to not take every opportunity I could as soon as I speak in this place to remind ministers that actually they need to invest in the Celtic Sea for the whole of the South West region and to look very carefully at A&P's FLOMIS submission. Critical minerals. vital, again, for the future of renewables in the United Kingdom, lithium in particular, but also tin and other metals as well. All of these emerging industries are relying heavily on apprenticeships, and they're getting their apprenticeships from Cornwall College, from Truro and Penwith College, and others. And the apprenticeship schemes are vital to emerging for these emerging industries. And it's giving hope to Cornish children. For years they've thought that they couldn't possibly go on in life unless they left Cornwall and went to university. Now they can look at the ACAS system and look at apprenticeships in the same level as they look at university courses and stay in Cornwall to do fantastic courses and go on to brilliant quality careers in Cornwall. We've got life sciences, Phytome, for example, spearheading the evolution of plant-based medicine. Of course, we've got our traditional industries of fishing and farming. Fishing, for example, for every one job at sea is reliant for 15 more on land. That's 8,000 jobs in Cornwall rely on fishing. Farming, not just the traditional farming, but we're protecting our farmers in that, of course, but also the agri-tech that we've got going on. We have a fantastic company called Bannerman's, which specialise in methane capture. They clean it, they process it, and they upgrade it to generate a better than net zero gas to power the farming industry. And it would be remiss of me not to mention the Chancellor's announcement for maternity services across the country, £35 million going into maternity services, which I'm utterly grateful as all-party parliamentary group chairman for the baby loss. I just think this is absolutely fantastic, and again something I've been calling for. And I just want to pay tribute to our maternity services at Trelisk Hospital in Truro. I visited last week with Donna Ockenden to show off, if I could, how well our maternity team is doing there. They are bucking the national trend, and there are now there is a waiting list for midwives to come to be a midwife in Cornwall. There are no vacancies, and that pays tribute to the hard work that they've done to make their team one of the best in the whole country. Thank you.
Yeah. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So today we're talking about growing the economy. And I think a lot of our constituents stop listening when they hear that phrase, as it sounds like something far too removed from their daily lives, as their lives have been struggling with the cost of living crisis, sky-high housing costs and unsafe streets. We're all aware of the devastating impact of youth violence. And as a new MP in 2015, I lost several young constituents to knife crime in quick succession. Their deaths had a huge effect, not only on their friends and families, but also on the community as a whole. And this is what drove me to set up the Cross-Party Youth Violence Commission, of which the Home Secretary was a member and the member for Glasgow South West. And I hope that members present here today will remember our work. From the very start, the Commission pushed for a public health approach to tackling youth violence. And this means drawing on knowledge from a wide range of policy areas to create a multidisciplinary approach. Pioneering work on this was done in Scotland when the first violence reduction unit was founded in Glasgow by Strathclyde Police under a Labour government. And its mission is to identify, understand and address the underlying causes of violence. And the Commission's interim report, published in 2018, called for the adoption of the public health approach, overseen by a network of similar violence reduction units. And the Right Honourable Member for Bromsgrove, who was Home Secretary at the time, endorsed this course of action, and other regional violence reduction units were established. 2 years later, in its March 2024 report, the Commission welcomed the Government's commitment to further support and resources for violence reduction units. And last Wednesday, the Chancellor announced funding, which is so important. £75 million over 3 years from 2025 to be precise. And his stated intention is that the money should be used to upscale existing violence reduction units and expand the violence reduction unit model across the country. And one of the Commission's core concerns has always been the long-term funding of violence reduction units. And so we all know that this can be difficult in politics, as governments of different colours come and go, and priorities change. Violence reduction units cannot fully fulfil their potential to do all the things they want to do when they do not know how much more money they will be coming in beyond the next few years. And the Commission's view has always been that they need to have 10-year funding settlements. I also question and would appreciate further clarification on how the £75 million is going to be spent. Given that the funding allocation for 2023-2024 totalled around £45 million, £25 million a year to both upscale existing VRUs and expand the network does not seem sufficient. Times are incredibly hard. We all know that. But we will grow our economy by ensuring that as many people as possible are economically active. And this must include our young people. We owe it to them to show that we are serious about investing in their futures. When preparing the 2020 report, the Commission took evidence from a huge range of people. The root causes of youth violence and indeed the solutions do not begin and end with the Home Office and the violence reduction units. If we want our young people to grow up and play an active role in the economy, we need to invest in them from the very start. That means investing in children's centres, schools, youth services, decent housing, youth employment, tackling poverty, as well as increasing the number of police officers on our streets and rebuilding community relationships. I'll end by stressing that as policy makers, we need to engage with young people. And by that, I mean not only listen to them, but also act on their concerns and recommendations. Only then can we truly understand their needs and work with them to ensure every single young person in this country has a bright future.
James Davies. Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Lewisham in this Growing the Economy budget debate. My constituents, like many across the UK, continue to face significant financial pressures, but there's a real sense that we are turning a corner as inflation and energy bills fall, wages rise and mortgage rates begin to come down. Cost of living pressures will be further eased now that the Chancellor is in a position to again cut national insurance contributions for 27 million working people. Combined with the cut at the autumn statement, the average worker will be £900 better off and have the lowest effective personal tax rate since 1975. The raising of the threshold for the high-income child benefit charge will also mean that many hard-working parents can keep more of the money that they earn. Meanwhile, pensioners will see an 8.5% increase to the state pension, which, relative to earnings, is already at the highest it has been for 34 years. And alongside that, the significant increase to the national living wage, to working age benefits and to the local housing allowance will all be very important in the Vale of Clwyd. So far, so good, until, I'm afraid, Mr Deputy Speaker, we take account of the decisions of Labour and Plaid politicians on devolved matters in Wales. As we know well, for every £1 that is spent by the UK government in England, the Welsh Government receives £1.20 in Barnet consequentials. This budget results in an additional £170 million for the Welsh Government, in addition to an existing record settlement from the Treasury. Even so, Denbighshire County Council has found it necessary to hike council tax in Denbighshire by 9.34%, while cutting frontline services, including libraries and education. For too long, North Wales has borne the brunt of poor prioritisation by the Welsh Government, whether it's the £200 million on the floundering Cardiff airport, £33 million and rising on the unwanted 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, or £120 million on increasing the number of politicians in Cardiff Bay. All this waste has real consequences for those dependent on high-quality and value-for-money public services. Increasingly, we see disparities which disadvantage my constituents. For example, the government is rightly extending the retail, hospitality and leisure relief in England through this budget, while the Welsh Government is increasing the burden on small businesses by reducing its level of relief from 75% to just 40%. This disappointingly means, for example, that the rates bill for an independent pub with a rateable value of £31,600 will be £3,942 in England, yet £10,655 in Wales. Of course, the freeze on alcohol duty will be welcomed in the hospitality sector, and the freeze on fuel duty for the 14th consecutive year will also be welcomed in my semi-rural constituency. Welcome too will be the increase in the VAT registration threshold for small businesses. Mr Deputy Speaker, spending on the NHS is over a third higher in real terms than it was in 2010, and the UK is now ranked 6th out of the 38 OECD countries on health spending as a percentage of GDP. However, outcomes need to be improved, and so I very much welcome the nearly £6 billion announced in the budget to address productivity and service pressures in England. It is, however, a matter of deep regret to me that the failing devolved NHS services in North Wales are unlikely to see the corresponding improvements that they desperately need. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's time to be a little more positive, and one of the things I've found most satisfying over the last 4 years has been the increased attention North Wales has received from the UK Government since the election of a strong team of Conservative MPs. Denbighshire is receiving tens of millions of pounds in levelling up funds for various projects across the county, including in Rhyl, Prestatyn, Denbigh, Ruthin and Llangollen. Also receiving support are Wrexham, Glanconwy and the Conwy Valley, Gwynne's Slate Landscapes and Holyhead. And that support has been supplemented by the Community Renewal Fund, the Community Ownership Fund, which in Denbighshire includes support for the Salisbury Arms in Tremercian, the Llandurnog Shop, the Sun Inn in Eryris and the Llangollen Museum. We also have the benefit of the Shared Prosperity Fund, which amounts to £26 million in Denbighshire alone, a £160 million investment zone in North East Wales, a £26 million free port on Anglesey, the North Wales Growth Deal, funding for grassroots sport, and a commitment of at least £1 billion to electrify the North Wales main line. That theme of support for North Wales, which far exceeds what was ever received via the former European Union structural funds, was continued in this budget. The government's long-term plan for towns was expanded at the budget to include Rhyl. This provides the town with £20 million of additional endowment-style funding to invest over 10 years, empowering it to develop a plan for the long term, not just a plan for the end of the financial year. It was also very timely news that Theatre Clwyd will be receiving £1.6 million, which will allow their regeneration work to fully complete. The theatre, based in Mould, benefits many of my constituents. It is a cultural hub for the region, and I was very pleased not only to host their reception at Parliament a few weeks ago, but also welcome the Arts Minister for a tour of the construction site last week. The announcement for Theatre Clwyd was joined by the very welcome news that Venue Cymru in Llandudno will receive £10 million in funding. We also heard at the budget of a £5 million agri-food launchpad, R&D funding to support businesses in Mid and North Wales to deliver economic growth through innovative projects and to take advantage of new opportunities emerging in agri-tech. Finally, I was delighted that the government have reached an agreement on a multi-million deal with Hitachi to purchase the Wilver site on Anglesey, bringing the prospect of major investment in a nuclear energy project on the site a step closer. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I conclude with thanks to the Chancellor that the Government recognises the values and priorities of us in North Wales, and long may that continue.
Mick Wedley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When the Chancellor was handed the keys to number 11 in autumn of 2022, he was presented by his supporters on the opposite benches as a safe pair of hands who could be trusted to salvage the public finances from the wreckage of the Tory car crash mini-budget. 18 months later, and anyone who still harboured the belief that either he or his party could be trusted with this nation's finances will have been thoroughly disabused by a budget that put the short-term interests of his party before the long-term needs of the country. The latest figures from the Office for the National Statistics expose the scale of the economic challenges we face. The UK is in the depths of the most prolonged period of economic stagnation since the 1950s, with GDP per capita having fallen over the last 7 quarters. For the first time in history, living standards are set to fall over the lifetime of a parliament. Once again, Britain resembles the sick man of Europe, beset by chronic levels of underinvestment and the second slowest growth of any G7 economy. The Chancellor has learnt nothing at all from the past 14 years of Tory economic failure. He still clings to the debunked fantasy that if he put more money in the pockets of the most well-off, then it will, as if by magic, trickle down to everyone else. He still refuses to recognise the reality that if we want to grow this economy, we need to invest. If we are serious about securing sustained long-term economic growth, then we should begin by supporting the incomes of Britain's real wealth creators, working-class households who have been hit hardest of all by the cost of living crisis. That means putting more money in the pockets of the lowest earners through targeted measures, including increasing universal credit and scrapping the 2-child benefit limit, money which will then flow into our local economies and high streets. Instead, the Chancellor has delivered tax cuts which the Institute for Fiscal Studies have estimated will disproportionately benefit higher earners while threatening to blow a hole in the balance sheets with a further 46 billion in unfunded tax cuts. As a result of the blanket cuts to national insurance, we as members of Parliament on an annual salary of £86,000 would be £750 a year better off. Meanwhile, someone in my constituency earning just £19,000 will be left worse off than before as a result of the freeze to income tax thresholds. If the Chancellor believes that this budget might stave off the electoral oblivion his party faces in the looming general election, then he was sorely mistaken. He has grossly misread the public mood. Polling by Ipsos and YouGov shows that even the UK tax burden at its highest rate in 70 years, voters overwhelmingly prioritise higher spending on public services over tax cuts. In my constituency of Birkenhead, where the average person is on an average nearly £18,000 worse off in real terms than when Labour were last in power, residents can see their local NHS services at breaking point, and their local council, which has had its central government grant cut by more than 85% since 2010, teetering from crisis to crisis year on year. And not yet a single additional penny was committed in last week's budget for spending on health, education or social security. The British public understand that this government does not, that you cannot cut your way to growth. They remember how the Tories' ideologically driven programme of austerity derailed the tentative but promising economic recovery secured by the last Labour government in the wake of the financial crisis, dragged down economic growth year on year and led to the worst decade for economic growth since the Industrial Revolution. They recognise that far from austerity too, what Britain needs now is to invest in its crumbling infrastructure and overstretched and underfunded public services. I also feel that I must issue a word of warning to my friends on the opposition front benches. The Shadow Chancellor has been very clear about the dire economic situation that a Labour government will inherit if it wins the next general election. That is an indisputable fact. But the language that we've heard from the Shadow Chancellor and Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury over recent days, that we've maxed out the credit card and there's no magic monetary, will ring hollow in many of my constituents who have seen the profits of the super rich and big corporations soar over the pandemic and cost of living crisis at the expense of their own standards of living. They remain unconvinced that public service reform alone is enough to deliver the quality public services that they deserve. Despite outward appearances, Britain remains a wealthy country, but that wealth is more unequal distributed than ever, and I fear that unless my party is prepared to revisit its opposition to a wealth tax and to commit itself to genuine progressive tax reform, then Labour will never be able to accomplish any of what it sets out to do, or what millions of hopefully voters believe that it must do.
Jane Warner.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman because he speaks straightforwardly about what the real Labour Party think. A wealth tax, which he has just set out that we should have in this country according to him, more money spent on benefits, which will hit those who work hardest. It's class warfare again from the Labour Party hitting Middle Britain. And that's why I rise in support of the budget today, because this is another step in the right direction, helping hard-working people. It's a direction towards lower taxes. It's a direction towards our Conservative principles, that people can best spend their money. They earned it and they deserve to spend it. And the fact that 27 million working people are now going to be receiving a tax cut of around £900 for the average worker, based on a cut from 12% to 10% less than 6 months ago, now a cut from 10% to 8%. So that's a total cut in NI of a third. That is great news, and I warmly welcome it. But it comes as part of a wider package, and it's important that other points are not lost in that excellent news, which I'm delighted that the Labour Party are actually going to be voting for when the division comes tomorrow. The fact that we are now cutting taxes for the self-employed as well, and also for SMEs by making sure that NI is cut for the self-employed and the VAT registration threshold is increased, is great news. And we've gone further too. We've made sure that families are rewarded again in our tax and benefit system. Families are the bedrock of our country. They are the key to a brighter future. And the fact that the high-interest child benefit charge is being amended as a first step, with an average £1,260 uplift for those affected families, is a major step in the right direction. I warmly welcome it, and it's something I have discussed with my honourable friend in the past in terms of making sure that families get a fairer deal. But the most impactful change is actually one that doesn't come in just yet, but it is the collection of household information, because it allows families to get an even fairer deal in the years ahead. And I hope that this is something that the Chancellor will deliver upon, because a transferable allowance for all married couples would cost £6 billion, yes, in Treasury speak, but reduce poverty by 4.3%, with the poorest families getting the greatest benefit. 1 in 10 households would see their net income rise by more than 5%. And in the short run, it is possible to target this even further, with perhaps only parents with children under 18, which would cost £3.6 billion, or even a smaller scheme, which would be an opt-out from the free childcare that this government is offering. So this would continue to address the unfairness that the tax system creates, where a couple earning £60,000 with 2 children can pay over £7,000 more than as a single earner than if both adults earned £30,000 each. But our tax cuts are good news, and they go beyond those personal taxes. I'm delighted that the Treasury and indeed the OBR have accepted the existence of the Laffer curve on CGT, on capital gains tax. This is a great first step. I hope that they will see it work and go further and apply it to other taxes in the years ahead. A cut from 28% to 24% to encourage more supply in the housing market for first-time buyers and for second steppers is a great thing. Though I would urge my honourable friends on the Treasury bench to perhaps think further at the next fiscal event about scrapping or at least cutting SDLT, because I think that could get our housing market moving, particularly helping downsizers and second steppers, and also looking again at inheritance tax, because abolishing inheritance tax will grow the economy. It will encourage more people to stay in work for longer, and it will boost receipts to the exchequer. And the proof of this is Sweden. Sweden's inheritance tax is raised roughly the same proportion as it does in this country, less than 1% of all revenue to the Treasury. They abolished inheritance tax in 2004, a move that enjoyed cross-party support. And the result was a boom in entrepreneurship, economic growth, and tax revenues that tax had previously suppressed. It created a surge in assets actually being transferred, not just between family members, but to external owners. It was invested in business. Moribund capital was being used for innovative reasons and productive uses, and family businesses became more entrepreneurial too. So it was a win-win. And so contrary to some briefing that there was from the Treasury ahead of this budget, by abolishing inheritance tax, or at least cutting it significantly, overall tax revenues can go up, and the proof is there. And of course, any action on inheritance tax is non-inflationary, which makes it a safe choice as we continue to battle inflation. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to growing the economy as well, because we do need to build more roads, we do need to build even some railways, and we need to build some homes. And there is investment in roads going in. I'd encourage the government to go further and to streamline the planning process to make it more possible. The A303 tunnel needs to happen. The M31, which I've kept banging on about, needs to happen. The Lower Thames crossing, for which £300 million has been spent on planning fees, needs to happen. These are the keys to unlocking future economic growth across the country. And indeed, it is very clear for every pound spent on building roads, the return is many times over to the Exchequer in the years ahead. And we also, Mr Deputy Speaker, need to boost housing supply in our cities, because that is where we get the biggest economic return for building those homes. There are huge amounts of brownfield sites ready to be unlocked, and I'm delighted to see that the package announced could unlock at least 80,000 homes. It's a great start. More than 1 million can be built in London alone on brownfield sites, plus, indeed, further investment to transport infrastructure in Cambridge to unlock the growth there too. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that the last few years have not been easy for the British economy. We have faced the legacy of COVID, the war in Ukraine, and indeed conflict in the Middle East. And these challenges have been tough, but I think we have made now very good progress. We are turning a corner, and the inflation that rose around the world has now more than halved. The economy has performed better than forecast. Mortgage rates that rose around the world are starting to come down, and debt is on track to fall as a share of the economy too. But the job is not done, and this shows the real choice that we are facing. Our plan to reward work and grow the economy, or back to square one with Labour or anyone else who will back them up and put them in with higher taxes, lower growth, and indeed fewer jobs in our economy for our hard-working people.
Helen Morgan.
Mr Deputy Speaker. The theme of today is growing the economy, and so I just want to touch on some of the feedback I've had in North Shropshire over the issues that are holding back the economy there. Now, as you'll know, it's a rural part of the world. About 93% of the area is agricultural, and about 18% of the businesses are agricultural too. And so it was a little bit disappointing not to hear any mention of farming or rural Britain in the Chancellor's statement last week. We know that farmers have had a really, really tough time. They've had high input costs. They've had the wettest winter on record, which is causing a huge challenge at the moment. But we're also seeing a 50% reduction in the farm payment support this year, and that's despite a Conservative manifesto promise in 2019 to retain the level of support as the new schemes were switched to. So I'm here really to call on the government to ensure that that support is maintained at the same level, so that farm incomes can be maintained, and also that those environmental schemes are easier to access. The current process of having to pay out money up front really isn't working for people who don't have cash in the bank at the moment and who are finding it increasingly difficult to access finance, not least because of the demise of the local high street. I spoke to someone last week who has built a stone path to stop soil washing off his field into the road, which benefits everybody. But because of the timing of the payment, he's going to have to not get his grant for that, not get his incentive. We'll have to take the stone path up and sell the stone used, and that's insane, frankly. So I really think we need to focus on making sure that farmers can access these benefits, this support, so that they can do the work they need to do for the environment, and so that they can stay in business through this really, really difficult period. Just moving on to some of the other issues that we face, public transport got to be one of the single biggest factors that holds back the rural economy. If I look at Market Drayton in my constituency, which has only one bus service, young people there are finding it really difficult to access education, to access the skills they need to grow our economy in the future, to access the job opportunities that they might be able to find elsewhere in the county and beyond into Staffordshire. And it's really holding them back, and it's holding the town back as well. The whole of Shropshire only has one bus service running on a Sunday. That's how much we're struggling for public transport. And so I would really encourage the government to consider how quickly investment in public transport might pay back. The cancellation of HS2 saw only 2 million, I think, go to Shropshire. So there's no sustained investment in public transport. And shortage of people to work in our businesses is one of the biggest issues holding back business as well. Some businesses are shipping people in by minibus from elsewhere. They're really struggling to recruit the people that they need. And it's an important part of growing the rural economy to make sure that people can move about. And as part of that, obviously, there are also train stations. We received the welcome news last year that Oswestry would be reconnected to Gebowen on the train line, but that seems to be very much stalled, and I would very much welcome the government's confirmation that project is progressing. We know it was fully funded under the Restore Your Railway Fund, but we need to make progress now. And we also have issues around driving test centres, whereby people who are dependent on cars are having to go very, very long distances to find a driving test centre. They're spending a lot more on learning to drive, and it's holding back young people in our area. So I would really urge the government to have another look at the importance of public transport in the rural areas to get our economy properly fired up. I've spoken a lot recently about mobile connectivity and digital investment in rural areas. Now, the shared rural network is a welcome step forward, but it's not rolling out as fast as we would like it to be rolled out. We're not seeing the benefits that we would really like to see from that. Only 46% of rural businesses have a stable 4G connection, according to the Rural Business and Powerhouse APPG, of which I'm a member. And we really need to see that improved at pace so that we can get good businesses into the countryside, so that people can work from home, so that people want to invest, not just in places where it's really expensive to get an office, but in places where it might be a little bit more cost effective as well. And getting people into those jobs, working from home possibly, and into those higher level companies that might work in the countryside, if there was good connectivity, would help to revitalise our high streets, keep young people in the area, keep our schools open, and generally drive growth in the rural economy where we need it. So I would really encourage the government to look at the campaigning that I've done on the shared rural network and encourage those businesses to share their equipment and allow rural roaming to really kickstart growth in rural areas. We haven't got very long, so I will just touch on health briefly. Lack of recruitment in the health service is one of the biggest issues we have in Shropshire, which has had a number of specific issues with the health service. It's got a hospital in special measures that has been for years. We have appalling A&E wait times. We're in a dental desert. It's very difficult to register with an NHS dentist. I don't think there are any NHS dentists taking on new patients in North Shropshire. So we really need to see this workforce plan come to fruition. For example, there are 2,000 dentists from overseas already here, ready to take the overseas registration exam, but there are lengthy delays to that process. The Association of Dental Group saying just 1,000 of those dentists would provide an extra 750,000 appointments a year. We could get people into the dentist, get those rural services firing, and people would want to come and live in our area, stay in our area, and get the services that they might expect in an urban one. And so getting the rural workforce sorted out is essential not only for the economy, but also for essential healthcare for the people that live in the beautiful part of the world that I call home. A number of other colleagues have touched on local government funding, and it is important just to mention it briefly now. In Shropshire, 84% of the budget is spent on social care, which means there's only 15% less to deal with the highways and all the other economic regeneration work we would really like to see the council doing. The highways are in an appalling state, and we're starting to lose facilities now like Whitchurch Civic Centre. So centres which bring people into the high street, which house their library, their registration office, their indoor market, performance space, those things really bring people into the high street and get the local economy firing. But the council say they can't afford the interest required to rebuild that building which has problems with RAC. So it's really important that we sort out local government financing, because if we want to drive growth, by the people who know what fires the local economy and what investment's needed. We really need to get that sorted out. So I would urge the government to reconsider the fair funding formula and ensure that councils are funded based on the cost of delivering their services and not just on the need of the service that they need to deliver. And as I have used up my time, I will conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker. Rural Britain is about 20% of Britain. It has huge potential, but it is unproductive. And to get the economy growing, we need to support our farmers, we need to invest in essential infrastructure, and we need to ensure our local government can invest in our areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The icing on the cake for Darlington in last week's budget has to be the £20 million of long-term investment that the Chancellor announced, building on the £23.3 million that Darlington has already secured under the Towns Fund programme. These funds have already developed the Ingenium Centre at Darlington College, helped fund the saving of and development of the Northern Echo building, which will house adult learning and skills, and restored many historic shop frontages, all of which help to grow the economy of Darlington. All of this builds on the more than £1 billion that Darlington has received since I was elected in 2019, which has seen my town flourish like never before. This budget builds on that, and Mr Deputy Speaker, the future is indeed brighter for Darlington, now thanks to the long-term transformational investment that this government is providing. The amazing Darlington Economic Campus is now home to more than 750 civil servants, thanks to the decision of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and as recent studies have shown, is contributing in excess of £80 million per year to our local economy. It levels up opportunity, grows our local economy, and restores pride in our town. Now, it would be remiss of me to not repeat my often repeated request that the permanent home for the Darlington Economic Campus, once it is built in Brunswick Street, is named after our town's hero, William McMullen, which is a campaign that I will continue to pursue. Mr Deputy Speaker, in this budget we have cut taxes for working people with a further reduction in national insurance contributions from 10 to 8%. We are rewarding hard work, giving the average earner a tax cut of over £900. We also saw a welcome cut in national insurance for the self-employed, which I have long been campaigning for, and is a clear example of that it is the Conservative Party which believes in enterprise and is on the side of the self-employed. A longer-term goal of a single tax on income, ending double taxation, is one that I fully support. Like many across this House, and indeed across Darlington, I would like to raise a glass in support of the freeze on alcohol duty. Recently, I led the Darlington's Perfect Pint campaign, in which over 1,000 constituents voted for their favourite pub. Darlington has 73 pubs, which are a central part of our community. We all know the strain and pressure that our hospitality industry has faced over the last few years, so this freeze is extremely welcome and builds on the already massive support through hospitality rate reductions. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, passing from pints to petrol, I know that all drivers will be relieved that the 5p cut to fuel duty continues and the freeze on the fuel duty escalator continues for its 14th consecutive year. This government understands that cars are key to our constituents in their daily life, and in particular, I know that all those who rely on cars and vans for their jobs will welcome this news. On that note, I will continue to campaign to stop Sainsbury's, Asda and Morrison's ripping off the drivers of Darlington and end the outrageous prices that my constituents are being charged, which are far higher than even the petrol on nearby motorways, and indeed significantly more expensive than nearby towns where the competition from an independent retailer keeps them in check. This rip-off must end, and I will continue to fight for fairness for Darlington's drivers. Mr Deputy Speaker, after much campaigning, I was glad to see a new duty announced on vapes. This, along with the ban on disposable vapes, will help ensure that vapes are for adults wanting to give up smoking and not the pocket money priced alternatives to sweets for our kids, which is causing so much harm. That the government is taking this action as part of a larger package of pledges in this area is very welcome, but we must not underestimate the exploitation of criminal gangs in grooming children with high harm vapes as an entry into other county line-like activities, and this tax is only one of many taxes and methods that we must use to protect our children. Mr Deputy Speaker, a healthy economy means that we can invest the money needed for our NHS. The £2.5 billion support for the NHS and a new £3.4 billion productivity plan will help to cut waiting times and ensure that all get the support and care that they need. I want to pay tribute to the amazing Darlington Memorial Hospital and all of the NHS staff in Darlington who are always there for us. I will continue to work closely with the hospital, GP surgeries and our ICB to ensure that money is being invested well, care is of the highest standard, and use my voice in this place to bang the drum when more money is indeed needed. I do hope that some of this extra funding for the NHS might sensibly be used by our ICB in fulfilling their statutory duty commissioning palliative care for our hospices, and I refer the House to my register of interests. Mr Deputy Speaker, as we approach the 200th anniversary of the railways, I hope that Darlington might benefit from some of the £100 million made available for local culture projects. Darlington laid the tracks for our railways and inspired the world to follow. We have fantastic plans to celebrate the momentous anniversary in 2025. But as the Transport Secretary knows, we do need further investment of at least £10 million to restore and rejuvenate the North Road station on the route of the original Stockton and Darlington railway line. And I am also backing the campaign by the Friends of the Stockton and Darlington Railway to save Hyington Station ahead of 2025 too. It is such a travesty that the oldest railway station in the world, just over the border of my constituency in that of my honourable friend the member for Sedgefield, is abandoned. And I do hope that across government everything possible can be done to resolve this situation whilst the eyes of the railway world are upon us. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I pay tribute to the Treasury Minister on the front bench for his repeated visits to Darlington. He's visited the Thermal Insulation Contractors Association with me, and he has had that very rare pleasure for any Treasury Minister to actually open a brand new branch of a building society when Darlington Building Society opened a new branch recently in Darlington. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, this budget backs work, backs the NHS, backs levelling up, helps to grow our economy, and I am proud to back this budget.
Dunne. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's always instructive, interesting listening to the honourable members both from Darlington and North East Hampshire paint this wonderful rosy picture which so many in this country don't see or feel, and they are wondering, like me, who was this budget for? There was nothing for the 14.4 million people living in poverty in the UK, including 4.2 million children who are currently living in poverty. There was nothing for social care, which is on its knees, nothing for education. Well, 1 in 5 teaching posts are unfulfilled, and the government has missed its overall teacher recruitment target for over 3 years. Nothing on social security, when poverty, destitution up by 148% since 2017, and homelessness, rough sleeping up by 27% in the last year alone, are rising. Nothing for councils who've already seen their budget cut by the government by 40% since austerity began in 2010, with over 50% of councils reported to be on the brink of collapse. And whilst our collective campaign to save the Household Support Fund has secured a further 6 months of this vital funding, it's a hollow victory, a stick and plaster over a gaping wound. But the Chancellor was able to announce further cuts to essential services, such as those provided by local councils and the criminal justice system. These cuts amount to 20 billion. Yet polling by Ipsos shows that 55% would rather tax more and increase public spending. Only 10% of people want to reduce taxes and spend less on public services. So I ask again, who is this budget really for? Cutting 2% off national insurance contributions in reality amounts to a saving of £750 per year for the Member of Parliament, but only £200 for the nurse who's just starting out. Spending increases for healthcare and education don't come close to what is needed for our public services after the challenges of COVID-19 and 14 years of brutal austerity. The government would need to pledge £11.4 billion to fix schools that are quite literally crumbling, yet this budget actually planned investment spending to cut by a massive £20 billion up to 2028. In short, Mr Deputy Speaker, last week the Chancellor scheduled in a return to brutal austerity with the time switch set for impact after the next election. Last week I visited 3 separate schools in my constituency of West Derby and saw the magnificent efforts of the teaching teams to not just educate but to keep families afloat in my community because of the absolute failure of this government to do that. The visits brought home the absolutely dire situation these children face. They deserve the government to invest in their futures, not double down on austerity due to a political choice which will surely destroy their futures. Across the UK, food insecurity levels have doubled since the start of 2022, affecting an estimated 10 million adults and 4 million children. 1 in 3 of my great city in Liverpool are now food insecure. The signs of deepening hardship are there to see in every part of the UK and all our communities, with longer and longer queues of food banks and items such as baby formula milk and cheese under lock and key in supermarkets. We have workers in almost every industry taking strike action as a last resort because work does not pay and it doesn't meet rising costs like food. We have nurses, educators, firefighters, postal workers, rail staff and civil servants all using food banks. What have we become? And where is the political vision to fix this crisis of poverty and inequality that is destroying the very fabric of this nation? In the National Theatre, a stone throws away from here, we have the magnificent actor Michael Sheen playing a lead role in the play Nye, about the life of the visionary Labour politician who championed the fight against inequality all his life and founded our NHS. How this country desperately needs a political giant like Bevan to create a vision to transform the futures of the millions who don't see one under this government. A government still wedded to a failed economic model which is destroying our communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, inequality has been hardwired into this country through the political choice of austerity. The latest health inequalities research from Sir Michael Marmot found that during the peak years of austerity from 2011 to 2019, over 1 million people died earlier than they would have done if they lived in the areas where the richest 10% of the population reside, and around 148,000 deaths, yes, 148,000 deaths, are directly attributed to the impact of austerity. The arguments against the return to austerity are frankly unarguable, and the people of this country cannot and should not pay the price for the continuation of this failed economic ideology of the Tory and coalition governments, and by this failing, appalling, wretched government's budget. Communities like the one I represent will not and cannot take any more.
Sir John Hayes.
Deputy Speaker, the endemic problems facing Britain in the 2020s are often compared with those of 50 years ago. As was the case in the 1970s, ours is a time of great economic uncertainty at home and abroad. Now, as then, faith has been lost to the dominant prevailing economic model. In the 1970s, rising inflation, industrial strife and top-grow economic cycles led many to question Keynesian economic thinking. The Blairite model, these days personified by the member for Ilford North and others, of welfare capitalism, embracing the false promise of globalisation, lost all credibility with the financial crisis of 2008. In fact, there are many key differences between the economic context of the 70s and those of today. Britain in the 1970s was set by an atmosphere in constant crisis, the three-day week, the winter of discontent. The number of days lost to industrial action in the last couple of years bears no relation to the dark days, blackouts and rubbish piled up on the streets. Yet though our problems are superficially less severe, the actual socio-economic problems run deep. The 1960s and 70s were a time of great social mobility and rising living standards. The harsh reality is that living standards have stalled since the 2008 financial crisis. The Resolution Foundation estimates the real wages in 2024 were just 2.4% higher than 2008. That compares, by the way, with a 36% increase in the 16 years before that. And perhaps most troubling of all, while the 70s saw a rise in new economic thinking that for a time reversed what many had seen as irreversible decline, much of our politics today is stuck in the new Labour paradigm, offering the same policy formula discredited the best part of 20 years ago. No better example than that than mass migration, which began under Mr Blair and has continued ever since. 50 years ago, serious thought was given to how Britain could lift itself from the economic malaise. Many of our economic ills were correctly diagnosed and successfully dealt with. While every election since 2010, and most notably the Brexit referendum, has demonstrated the public appetite for a radically new approach, it often seems that the political liberal establishment can't see what those they represent know so well. The malaise goes far deeper, and the relief offered by the usual treasury medicine of looser fiscal policy just isn't enough, nor is the assumptions of shadowy bodies like the Office of Budget Responsibility and the Migration Advisory Committee any growth, regardless, is good growth. It was welcome that the Chancellor recognised that when he spoke about per capita growth rather than growth as a whole in his budget speech. Our times, as W.H. Auden might have put it, are an age of anxiety. Deeply ingrained destructive uncertainty prevents many people from coming close to reaching their potential or even thinking beyond their day-to-day existence. A growing proportion of people on low incomes live in the least secure private rented sector, are employed in unskilled work on unfair terms, and pay for electricity and gas on prepaid meters. As an advisor of the Citizen Advice Bureau told one journalist, each of these problems compounds the other. Your income's not stable, your work's not stable, your housing's not stable, everything's built on sand. Yet surely we know that a foundation of certainty is necessary for social solidarity to be built. As well as that, heartless banks have abandoned communities, and so many find themselves driven into the arms of payday loan companies with exorbitant interest rates or even loan sharks. Consequent economic insecurity results in many dropping out from the economy altogether. An incredible 5.2 million people are claiming some form of out-of-work benefit, while the impact of COVID has increased that figure. The disparity between officially registered unemployment and actual levels of economic inactivity is a long-term trend. The inevitable result has been the breakdown of families in hollowed-out communities, which is why the Chancellor's changes to the taxation of child benefit are so welcome and should be welcomed across the House. All the evidence demonstrates that married parents are much more likely to stay together than cohabiting ones. Children raised in unstable families suffer from worse health, are more likely to be excluded from school, and are more likely to end up joining a gang or knee. I will give way very briefly. Yeah.
What impact does he think separating families with the minimum visa thresholds will be?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker. I didn't hear what the Honourable Lady said.
He's all for families staying together. What impact does he think that the raises to the minimum visa thresholds will be?
It's vitally important we support stable families. And I acknowledge that stable families come in different forms. But I'm simply quoting the facts. Stable married families give children the best chances, and the government are right to emphasise families and should now emphasise marriage to a greater degree. And the Chancellor, to be fair, also said they're going to review that further with a view to making additional changes in the terms I've described. Over time, fewer people have chosen to become members of clubs or groups or volunteer, attend a church or engage in any form of community activity. Unsurprisingly, there's a strong link between the strength of social fabric and inequality. Those areas with the strongest communities tend to be either very rural places, like my constituency in Lincolnshire, or London's wealthy commuter belt, the south of England, and the wealthier parts of Scotland. A macroeconomic solution to our problems must be accompanied by an equally strong macro-societal approach, focusing on the root cause of social breakdown and inequality. State support is a sticking plaster, but it's not a cure. While the successive supply reforms enabled the Thatcher government in the 1980s to reduce government spending to less than 35% of GDP by 1990, sluggish economic growth since the financial crisis has meant that the government share of GDP is more than 45% now. Overall government spending is higher than any time since the Second World War. And it's critically important that the Chancellor also recognise this by beginning the process of cutting tax. We need to give people back more of the money they earn, because when we do, we will build, over time, social responsibility, and from that, we can enjoy greater social solidarity. That's why I warmly welcome the Chancellor's focus on skills. Apprenticeship and technical education must be at the heart of our post-18 education system, as I've argued throughout my time in Parliament, and are fully integrated into an economic strategy supporting the creation of highly skilled work. But the era of cheap money and unsustainable profits has done great damage to our economic base. British pension funds and insurance companies once owned 5.2% of the FTSE, now they own just 4%. Far too much of savings generated by hard-working British people is invested abroad or towards unproductive ends. As such, the measures introduced by the Chancellor are welcome, but they can only be seen as the beginning of a long overdue process supporting productive investment in UK businesses. A macro societal as well as economic policy will be designed to ensure that business practice works in harmony with the best aspects of human nature, not against it. It will tie economic profit to ethical and social purposes. Risk must be closely linked to profit. Government must do more to incentivise mutual ownership and profit-sharing models. A cooperative economic order would reinforce social solidarity. An economy must work for everyone, not just for a handful of people at the top, which is why, rather than glamorising faceless global conglomerates, we must back British business, particularly the self-employed, as the Chancellor did in the budget, and small and medium-sized enterprises. A more introspective economy, shorter supply lines, more domestic manufacturing, and British jobs for British workers. It is through fraternal economics, when the nobility of labour is recognised and rewarded, that reinforces our reciprocal communal obligations, in contrast with the flimsy ephemera of globalisation, that we can seed substantial economic resilience and spawn social renewal.
Order. After Mr Perkins, I'm going to impose a time limit of 6 minutes in order to ensure that we accommodate all members still waiting to speak. Mr Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This budget demonstrates that this is a government that exists for one reason and one reason only. And that reason is that if it didn't exist, the Conservative Party would have to face a general election. And the only thing that the five families all agree on is that the one thing they hate more than facing the tough choices that their disastrous legacy has left this country is facing the harsh verdict of the British people. And so the government limps on endlessly, joylessly, hopelessly, and without any sense that it has a clue how to tackle the kind of issues facing our country that I see at my constituency surgeries every week of the year. This is a budget that self-evidently fails to rise to the challenge that 14 years of Tory government has left our nation facing. Crumbling public services, growing social problems and a bleak fiscal forecast is the damning but unsurprising legacy of 14 wasted years. This is a government that has failed by every measure. They came to power saying they were going to cut the nation's debt. Now, my honourable friend from the Rhondda knows British history far better than I do, but the earliest example of UK debt that I could find was under King William III back in the late 17th century. It took the collective governments of the next 316 years to raise a cumulative debt of £1 trillion. This government, in 14 useless years, has increased that debt from £1 trillion to £2.6 trillion. This is a government that, for all their failure on public services, existed, they told us, in order to reduce the nation's debt. But it's not just the national debt that is rising. People are worse off. Real GDP per capita will be lower at the end of this year than it was at the start of this Parliament. Real pay has gone up just £17 a week over 13 years of Conservative government. Under the 13 years of a Labour government, real wages rose by £183 per week. And OBR figures show that within this budget, for every 10 pence extra that working people will pay in tax under the Tories' plan, they will only be getting 5 pence back as a result of the combined national insurance cut. The idea that this is a budget that is on the side of working people is simply untrue. Under this Tory government, work doesn't pay. Now, it was interesting to spend a moment of my day today listening to the Honourable Member for Ashfield. This is a man who just 2 months ago was the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party. He said that under this government the cost of living is out of hand, people can't get a GP appointment, there's no control on migration, there's crime on our streets, you can't get a police officer to a burglary, people are pulling their own teeth out for the lack of a dentist. Now, for someone who was the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party just a couple of months ago, you have to say there's not much that's wrong in that analysis. But there is so much more that you could say. I see my own Conservative council in Derbyshire and the disastrous decisions that they are making. Now, I have no time for the leadership of the Conservative Council, and I see the huge impact on parents whose children are waiting for a special needs assessment or unable to get support with special needs teaching assistants in school. I see the state of our roads that are simply unfit to be driven on. I see people who are waiting for a social care assessment. I met a gentleman just today who's literally at the ends of his tether trying to get support for his wife who's in a terrible state. But for all of the failures that Tory Derbyshire County Council have, you have to come back and look at this government's funding of local government when councils right up and down the country are experiencing the same, whether they're Labour or Conservative or Liberal. They are all saying that council funding is out of control. And we also see the impact on NHS waiting times, the longest waiting times in our history. We see food bank usage coming to be absolutely commonplace. We see rising child poverty, and I hear every time I go to a school that the school have children turning up unable to learn because of the hunger that they experience. And this is a government so out of ideas that at the same time that they claim that the Labour Party doesn't have a plan, they actually steal Labour Party policies on a whole raft of areas, whether it be the non-DOMS announcement, whether it be our plan on dentistry, whether it be our plan on NHS workforce, whether it be the current consultation on water bosses' bonuses. All of these things have in common that they've been attacked by the Tories and then stolen by the Tories. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's clear this government has neither the ambition nor the courage to tackle the issues facing our country. Not only does our economy need growth, but our country needs a shot in the arm that a government with a commitment to tackling poverty and the causes of failure that have gone unchecked under this government. No more a country where people die on an NHS waiting list, waiting for the treatment that could have saved them. No more a country where the trains don't run and the roads aren't fit to drive on. No more a country when the place you are born is the biggest determinant of your chances in life. Change is coming, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it can't come a moment too soon.
Limit. Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this budget. That it was a budget that was testament to the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the compassionate and economically prudent Conservative approach that has defined the approach since 2010. The backdrop, we must remember, is that the economy was facing devastation because of the last Labour government, a massive deficit and the startling admission that we all know that the Labour Chief Secretary to the Treasury departed saying, "I'm afraid there is no money." The Conservatives came in and addressed the challenge, lowering that deficit and ensuring more people were in work and creating the sound foundations for the economy. This financial stability led the Cameron government being able to stabilise the economy, and that meant that when we were faced with the unprecedented challenge of the pandemic, the Johnson government was then able to spend the £400 billion needed to save people, the economy and jobs during this unprecedented time. This included the life-saving vaccine rollout and the furlough scheme launched by the Prime Minister when he was Chancellor, which protected 11.7 million jobs and the economy. We have now in recent years had these challenges compounded by the war in Ukraine, and through sound finances, the current Chancellor has been able to mobilise £78 billion to support energy costs that rose astronomically due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I very much welcome again that the government has acted to support with the challenges that they have faced, and they have stuck to their plan to reduce inflation, which has fallen, we must remember, from 11.1% to 4%. This budget's extension of targeted support once again unequivocally reconfirms that this government is on their side. I'm very pleased that the pensions triple lock continues to be maintained under a Conservative government, reaffirming our commitment to security and dignity for those who have worked hard all through their lives. I know that people up and down the land will also welcome another vitally Conservative principle in action, rewarding hard work and allowing people to keep more of what they earn and spend in the ways that they need. The further national insurance cut is therefore a very welcome shot in the arm for 27 million working people, and put together with the autumn statement measures will benefit the average worker by over £900 a year. I also hugely welcome the support for families through the changes to the high-income child benefit charge and ending the unfairness for single-earner families. Likewise, I know that my rural constituents will welcome the freeze in fuel duty, where car transport is a lifeline for connectivity to places where they live and work. I'm absolutely delighted that Cumbria's transport and connectivity will be transformed by the government's decision last week to approve, finally, the dualling of the A66 project. This will be a lifeline connecting communities right across the north, people, businesses and the economy, but most importantly, saving people's lives, because we can actually improve the safety on this very dangerous piece of road. I've campaigned on this for many, many years, and I pay tribute to all the constituents and campaigners who've worked hard on this, and the Department of Transport, National Highways, and indeed my predecessor, Rory Stewart, who I know paid a lot of time and attention to this, and I pay tribute to him for that. Our region is also blessed with a beautiful and thriving landscape and a dedicated hospitality and tourism economy. And this will be helped by the A66 upgrade, but also very much the support measures in the budget will help people in those sectors as well. I very much support the budget's announcement to support our independent filmmaking sector with tax relief, welcomed very much by the Oscar-winning director Christopher Nolan. This will be such a shot in the arm for the UK's creative arts industry. Tourist hotspots as well have experienced first-hand the impact of holiday lets and the pricing out of individuals from homes in their own communities. So it's important that the Chancellor is addressing this by tackling the furnished holiday homes loophole, and it's something that I have passionately campaigned for as well. I very much welcome the support for the public services in this budget as well, on top of the long-term workforce plan for our NHS, and also the reform of the NHS with £2.45 billion for next year and a new £3.4 billion productivity plan. In terms of health, I do very much welcome the measures on vaping. This is a scourge for our young people, and I very much welcome the measures that the government is taking to tackle this as well. We've heard about the effects on the economy in terms of food security and how hard our farmers work to support that. And very much we need to make sure that we protect that sector, and part of that is biosecurity. So again, I urge the government to look at funding in full the refurbishment of the Animal and Plant Health Agency down in Weybridge in Surrey. That is so important to keep our food security, our animal health and welfare, and our public health and welfare safe. To conclude, I very much feel that there's been too much negativity about Britain, about our economy. We've got a lot that we can be optimistic about. We should be very proud of our country, of our achievements and what lies ahead. and it's the Conservative Party with sound economic, finance and management can keep that going.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week's budget demonstrated to many the results of almost 14 years of Tory economic failure. We now see taxes rising, prices are still going up in the shops and mortgages are higher, and we have the highest tax burden in 70 years. What a record. It has now become clear that households in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney and across the country will be £870 worse off under this Prime Minister's tax plan on average, giving 5 pence for every 10 pence being taken from them, according to figures from the OBR. The OBR also confirms that this will be the worst Parliament on record for living standards and the only Parliament on record where living standards have fallen. As we've heard, real pay has gone up by just £17 a week over 13 years of Conservative government, where in the previous 13 years under a Labour government, wages rose by £183 a week. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know that the Tories play fast and loose with the nation's finances. The disastrous mini-budget demonstrated just how detached they are. But now we have the Chancellor with plans to abolish national insurance contributions, which leaves £46 billion of unfunded tax cuts that will leave a gaping black hole in the public finances. How many more risks will the Tories take with the nation's finances? And what will this do to the people and the communities that I represent? This is not a good budget for families who are already struggling after 14 years of the Tories. Families across Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney are already struggling to make ends meet. Food prices 25% higher than they were 2 years ago, utility bills are higher, and people are experiencing higher mortgages as a result of the Tories' mini-budget of 2022. When I speak with my local food banks and hear regularly about the scale of the growing need, it is a record that should utterly shame this government. When we see that in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney alone, more than 3,636 emergency food parcels were provided between the 1st of April and the 30th of September 2023, a 52% increase compared to 5 years ago. And of these, more than 1,547 emergency food parcels were provided for children, a 34% increase compared to 5 years ago. I pay tribute to the staff and volunteers who give so selflessly at the Merthyr Cynnon Food Bank, the Rumney Valley Food Bank and the Taff Bargoed Food Bank, as well as the many food pantries and charities helping our communities. But it is desperately cruel and sad that so many families in my area and across the country have to rely on food banks in the 5th richest country in 2024. I'm disappointed that the government didn't include anything in the budget about the loan charge scandal, which is affecting constituents of mine and many thousands across the country. The way HMRC has dealt with this issue has caused unbelievable hardship, distress and anxiety for large numbers of people we serve. Ordinary people up and down the country are being asked for unrealistic payments, which is causing huge financial hardship, bankruptcy and worse, such as the risk of losing their home and an increased risk of suicide. There are real concerns that this is another scandal where the government have ignored the alarm bells and cries for help. So I urge the government to revisit it and ensure a fairer and more effective approach. We need a fair and effective approach from HMRC instead of the current approach, which is extremely tough on those caught up in these schemes, but weaker on the architects. As the all-party group, which I'm a member of, previously suggested, the tax burden should not fall solely on the individual users of the schemes, but should be shared by the employers and agencies, and also, ideally and appropriately, the operators and promoters of the scheme. On that basis, the government should change course and announce a fairer approach. We must remember the human impact of the loan charge. As we know, and as I touched on earlier, HMRC have confirmed that there have been 10 suicides of people facing the loan charge. It's also have confirmed that there have been 13 suicide attempts. That in itself should be enough reason to stop this cruel retrospective policy. I urge the government to accept that there is something deeply wrong with their current approach to the loan charge scheme. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to ask just how many plans for growth the Tories have had. I think it was 12 at the last count over the last 14 years, and we're now in recession. The Tories have clearly run out of ideas and run out of time. We've had 5 Tory Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors. Our communities cannot survive another 5 weeks of the Tories, let alone 5 years. They simply cannot be trusted with our economy. Our communities are worse off after 14 years of Conservative government. It is time for the British people to have their say and decide how they feel after 14 years of Tory failure. The general election can't come soon enough, so my message to the Prime Minister is to get on and call it.
Freeman.
Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, not least to inject a little context into the debate that we've heard this afternoon. The truth is this country is reeling, but it's not reeling from 14 years of Tory cuts. It's reeling from the most extraordinary period of economic shocks that this country has ever seen. To remind honourable members opposite, the city crash in 2007-8 cost us £875 billion in QE under the then Right Honourable Member for Keeley. Brexit cost us £70 billion in QE. The pandemic cost this country £400 billion, and the support the government's put in place to support hard-pressed families with the energy crisis following Ukraine, £40 billion. This country has been through a perfect storm of unprecedented 1 in 400, 500-year events, which is what we are all struggling with. And I welcome this budget. And I want to say something about the cost of living relief for rural areas, mid-Norfolk and others around the country, and something about growth and how we really get this country out of the huge risk of stagflation that comes from the sequence of events that I've just discussed, and how, in a global race for science and technology investment, we have to move faster and bolder to unlock that investment. The pandemic and the Ukraine war have been unprecedented shocks, particularly, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the rural economy, with unbelievable cost of living inflation, which has hit rural areas particularly hard. How much harder? About 150% harder. That is what the Treasury calculates, is the cost impact, the differential cost impact in rural areas. Higher transport costs, higher heating costs, higher dependence on agriculture and food processing, high energy industries, lower incomes and marginality, rurality, and a very high degree of dependence on those retired pensioners on fixed incomes, and rural councils structurally underfunded for decades by a Whitehall that doesn't understand rural areas. We put up with it for years in an era of cheap energy, but high energy has hit our public services, our charities, our businesses, our households hard, and I'm very grateful for the support that the Chancellor has put in, but I will continue to make the case that rural areas deserve more support and more targeted support for a very particular set of rural problems. But I do welcome in this budget the fuel duty freeze, the household fund, the cost of childcare relief, the child benefit measures, the alcohol duty freeze, the national insurance cut worth £800 for the average worker, including the self-employed, the SME recovery growth scheme, the SME's VAT threshold move, and the triple lock fix for pensioners of 8.6%. That's 4 times the forecast rate of inflation. This was a Chancellor doing everything he possibly could to help the most vulnerable, the most deserving in our society. And I welcome, particularly in Norfolk, the investment in new special free schools for children with SEND, a cause close to my heart, the accelerated East-West rail delivery, crucial for unlocking the potential of our region, and the 10 sports facilities in rural mid-Norfolk. There was good news in a very, very tough budget. But most of all, what I welcome was the measures the Chancellor has taken to support growth and the innovation economy. The £2.5 billion in the NHS with £3.4 billion productivity plan to unlock an extra £30 billion, according to the NHS. The funding for the Faraday Discovery Fellowships, the low Earth orbit leadership in this country, the expert advisory group on R&D tax reliefs, the £100 million for the Alan Turing Institute, the £45 million for our life science research charities, the £5 million for the Agri-Food Launchpad, and the £10 million for the Cambridge cluster. This is investment in the long-term growth of tomorrow on which we all depend to get out of this extraordinary 15-year triple whammy of crises that this country has gone through. We will not, this is what honourable members opposite don't seem to understand, we can't tax our way to prosperity, and we can't spend our way to prosperity. I know they don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. For prosperity, we need to do 2 very big things. 1, reform our public sector to properly tackle the productivity crisis. This government, I'm proud to say, in the 14 years I've been here, has increased health spending by 1/3. You can't see that outcome on the ground. Why? Because the healthcare system is, and it's not any one party's fault, it's structurally geared so that if you deliver more for less, we give you from the Treasury less. We punish innovation and we reward inefficiency, and that has got to change. And I welcome actually quite a lot that the honourable member on the bench opposite, the Shadow Secretary of State for Health, has said about reforming it. But the real key, Mr Deputy Speaker, is growth. We have, as I've consistently argued for 14 years, we have to do more to support innovation-led growth. It's the only form of growth that drives up productivity, that creates new industries, that drives global inward investment. And with debt stubborn and with the risk from all of the shocks that I've outlined still with us, it's more urgent than ever. We will never get out of this crisis by short-term house price booms, short-term consumer booms and booms in the city, but by attracting the private sector investment into the high-growth sectors of life science, agri-tech, bioengineering, clean tech, fusion energy, semiconductors, robotics, tidal energy, satellite manufacturing, quantum computing. We are a powerhouse in the science and research, but we're not yet a powerhouse in attracting the global billions into those sectors and to turn them into solutions around the world. And that innovation is the absolute key both to private sector recovery and, of course, to public sector reform, in health particularly, the biggest public service driving the structural deficit, by introducing a much faster wave of innovation in AI, in all sorts of digital health, earlier prevention, better diagnosis. We can reduce the appalling problem of pouring money in and getting less out on the ground. Mr. Deputy Speaker, time is very short, but I want to just conclude. Time is up. Let me just conclude that time is up also.
Member said time is up. I'm terribly sorry. Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First of all, I warmly support the measures in the budget that are there to help the creative industries. But I would simply say to the government, it doesn't work without a creative education being guaranteed for every single child in all our schools. And it simply doesn't work if kids in the Rhondda don't get an equal opportunity to think of a job in the creative industries along with anybody else in this country. And it simply doesn't work if ministers constantly deride creative industry and humanities degrees. You can't have the one without the other. There are things that I feel desperately sad about. There's nothing in this budget for the people of the Rhondda. Most of the changes to taxation and to child benefits will benefit people who earn far, far more than the average in the Rhondda. And I'm sorry, I just have to say to the honourable gentleman, that is the party that is taxing more. You're giving with one hand and taking twice as much away with the other. And it takes a particular skill to have the highest tax take for 70 years, rising every year of the Chancellor's forecast, and the biggest fall in living standards, and the prospect of swingeing cuts in public services still to come. I do want to talk about growth, because we've had anaemic growth for all the 14 years that they've been in charge. Firstly, if you want growth, you have to take the whole nation with you. Failing to level up simply isn't an option, which is why I feel so angry about the preposterous levelling up process used by this government. They made levelling up a competition between local authorities. And it's worse than that. They made the poorest local authorities in the land, who are already strapped for cash, compete with one another for tiny scraps of cash. They sidestepped any proper assessment of need. In many cases, they intentionally ignored deprivation indices when considering where cash should go. Hence, the Prime Minister's very wealthy constituency gets £19 million. £242 million last week of levelling up funds went to Canary Wharf. They doled out cash to constituencies on the notorious Tory MPs at risk register. 10 million here, 5 million there. It's shameless, it's degrading for MPs, and it's utterly corrupt. Fewer than 1 in 5 projects, Mr. Deputy Speaker, granted levelling up cash through the Tories' Towns Fund have even been completed, even though the whole point was that these had to be shovel-ready projects that could be completed by the end of the relevant financial year. That's only 154 out of 973 projects, which takes me to the Rhondda Tunnel. And at least 4 Cabinet and more than a dozen junior ministers have told me to put in a bid for the Rhondda Tunnel under levelling up. But every time I meet a minister about it, they get moved. Sometimes they get moved before I get to meet them. Sometimes I wonder whether they get moved because I'm going to meet them. First we were told we could bid in round 2, then we were told we couldn't. Then we were told, what about round 3? Then we were told that there wasn't going to be a round 3 because they'd already allocated the cash, guess what, to Conservative constituencies. Then I was told we should put together a special bespoke bid of our own. And last week I was told by a government minister, given up on levelling up. Well, that's basically the message we've got, isn't it? This is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no way to run a whelk stall. Secondly, I don't think you can achieve growth in the UK economy unless you have a fully functioning NHS. And a significant number of the nearly 8 million people on the waiting list, 4.8 million of them, incidentally, before COVID, are desperate to get back to work. But they're waiting for surgery or treatment that makes that possible. Yeah. I'll give you an instance. In 2021, I was asked by the Right Honourable Member for Bromsgrove, then the Health Secretary, to co-chair a programme board to set up a national strategy for acquired brain injury. I know officials have really tried their best, but the ministers, yet again, have kept on changing. I'm now on my fourth. And every deadline gets pushed back. So we still don't have a national strategy. But if we could get proper neuro-rehabilitation for everyone who has a brain injury, that's roughly 1.4 million people in the UK, we could give more people with brain injury back a real quality of life, and we could get more people with brain injuries into work, earning money rather than relying on the state. Sadly, the department tells me that there isn't even enough money to pay for establishing how many people are living with a brain injury, let alone putting together an impactful strategy. That is a false economy in the end. Thirdly, I believe that growth in our country depends on the national infrastructure that works. Every single time a train gets cancelled or delayed, someone wastes another couple of hours and our economy becomes just a little bit less productive. How on earth did the country that invented the telephone, the television and the World Wide Web end up spending millions of pounds every year on legacy IT systems in our public services just to keep the show on the road? Why is it only now that the government is putting money into digitising the NHS, probably? Why is Wi-Fi on our trains so completely and utterly useless? Why can the French do it better than us? Why have vast tracts of our country been trapped in mobile phone not spots? It's a shameful legacy, but that is the legacy of this government. The Right Honourable Member for Chelsea and Fulham says that voters should just judge them on their records. Well, yes, I suspect people will. And in the words written on the wall at Belshazzar's feast, thou art weighed in the balance and found wanting.
And the first. Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome this budget, which continues the Prime Minister and the Chancellor's clear plan to get the economy back on track following the two twin global shocks, the pandemic and Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. You don't like to hear it, but these are facts. You know, you can chant it from a sedentary position, but these are facts. Through targeted tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, this budget will put more money back into the pockets of hard-working families and people in Southend and Leigh-on-Sea and set our country back on course for growth. And if there's two facts that we should all remember about this Conservative government's record, it is that for every day of this Conservative government, we have created the right economic environment to create 800 jobs. At the same time, in the last 2 years, when people have been suffering with the cost of living crisis, we have given, on average, as a government, £3,400 in help. This is a government which creates jobs but doesn't forget people when they really need it. Now, I want to use my time to talk about the things that benefit Southend. Southend is a city of entrepreneurs, of successful large and small businesses, of borough plating, of Keymed, of unique and interesting shops, of fabulous seafront hostelries, of Adventure Island, 1,000 years of fishing. And I'm proud to stand up for them in this place, and all of them will benefit to a greater or lesser extent from this budget. First up, I'm delighted that the Chancellor listened to me and other colleagues regarding the need to reform the VAT threshold to make life easier for small businesses. Small businesses are the engine of our local economy in Southend West, and by this reform, thousands of businesses across the region are taken out of paying VAT. That will make it easier for our 9,000 SMEs in Southend to grow, to create more jobs, and ultimately, obviously, more income for the Exchequer and for better public services. Similarly, I welcome the news that we're freezing alcohol duty. This will benefit 7,000 pubs, restaurants, clubs and venues across the east of England. And taken with our action at the autumn statement to extend the 75% business rate relief for retail, hospitality and leisure until 2025, as well as freezing the small business multiplier, this is another welcome win for our tourism and hospitality sector in Southend and Leigh-on-Sea. Thanks to this budget, brilliant pubs such as the Legra Tap and Kitchen, owned by the fabulous Leigh-on-Sea Brewery, the Blue Boar, the Mayflower, the Bell House and the Saxon King, to name but a few, will all benefit. The vast majority of residents in Southend and Leigh-on-Sea work hard, they work full-time and they own their own houses. They deserve to keep as much of their own money as possible, a fundamental Conservative principle. And that is why I welcome that this government is cutting national insurance again in this budget for 27 million working people. Combined with the cut in the last autumn statement, the average working person in Southend, West and Leigh earns £36,500 a year. They will keep an additional £960 next year. A hard-working family in Southend with 2 earners on the average income will be £1,920 better off next year due to this budget. One of our brilliant senior nurses at Southend Hospital will be better off by £1,202. One of our brilliant teachers in one of Southend's fantastic schools will be better off by £1,270. One of our brilliant average police officers in Southend will be better off by £1,270. That is on top of the brilliant work they do cutting crime across our city. I also welcome that the Chancellor is once again continuing the freeze on fuel duty and maintaining the 5p reduction introduced last year. 80% of Southend households have at least one car, and 40% of my constituents drive to work. On this side of the House, we help our hard-working motorists and white van man, in stark contrast to the Labour Mayor of London, who fleeces motorists whenever he can. Families. The family is the cornerstone of our society, and we will always support hard-working families on this side of the House, for whom child benefit is so often a lifeline. So I'm delighted that almost 500,000 families will benefit from the changes to the high-income child benefit charge, with 170,000 no longer paying that charge at all. From April, the high-income child benefit charge threshold being raised to 60,000, with the top of the taper at which it is withdrawn rising to 80,000, means that 500,000 families, including thousands of hard-working families across Southend West, will save an average of another £1,300 a year. Now, of course, we are also the party that respects our elderly and our senior citizens. And when my children were young and I took them to music lessons, we were told you had to always tell them 3 positive things before you told them anything negative. So I've said 3 positive things, but I'm pleased that we've protected the triple lock. But due to the freezing of income tax thresholds, very many pensioners are now paying increased tax. So I would ask the Chancellor to look again at this issue to ensure that at the next fiscal event, our pensioners do not miss out on further tax cuts. So I have to...
Order. Andrew Weston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This budget was a huge disappointment. Yeah. Nothing the Chancellor said last week changes the reality facing my constituents in Stretford and Urmston. Their taxes are still rising. Their weekly shop is still more expensive and their mortgages remain sky high. This is the price of 14 years of economic failure, the highest tax burden in 70 years and the only Parliament on record in which living standards have fallen. And this comes just weeks after we learnt that the Prime Minister, who promised us growth, has in fact led us into recession. But thankfully, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition set out an alternative in his response to the budget, which grasps a fundamental truth. The only path to growing our economy is to get Britain building again, and that starts with building the homes we need. But despite this, there was next to nothing in this budget to reverse stalling house building. There was nothing to tackle the affordability crisis, and there was nothing to help renters. The sad truth is none of this is a surprise. Why would we expect planning reform to stimulate economic growth from a party that ditched house building targets to satisfy Tory backbenchers with an estimated £20 billion of economic activity lost as a result? Why would we expect support for renters from a party that still hasn't banned no-fault evictions some 5 years on from first promising to do so? And why would we expect the action we need on homelessness that has allowed homelessness to soar on their watch, with over 142,000 children now living in temporary accommodation? If we needed a reminder of what happens when you strip local government of funding, fail to build social housing and let poverty spiral, we got it last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the tragic news that 55 children died between 2019 and 2023 with temporary accommodation cited as a contributory factor to their death. Mr Deputy Speaker, the moral case for tackling our housing crisis is clear, but given the theme of today's debate, I want to talk about the economic case, which is also overwhelming. As Policy Exchange have said, our chronic shortage of housing is a key reason for our stagnant economic growth. Supply not meeting demand has generated problem after problem for our economy. Weaker spending power for the average family, who have seen an increase in the amount of their income going on housing costs. Supply not meeting demand is the cause of all of this. An unbalanced lending environment in which bank credit is sucked into high mortgages and away from more productive areas of our economy, and the vast costs of homelessness and unaffordable housing both to the state and to the people affected who are denied the support they need to unleash their potential. And of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, all of that is before you get onto the economic distortion caused by our broken housing market, with 80% of household wealth belonging to older generations, while younger generations see their earnings disappear into sky-high rents and elevated mortgage rates directly linked to the decisions made by this Tory government. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this was a budget that failed to grasp the nettle on housing. Why was there next to nothing on our antiquated planning rules, which allow the voices of a minority who enjoy the security of a home of their own to deny that same right to the many thousands stuck on housing waiting lists? Why was there nothing on reform of Greenbelt, which in my constituency includes a former oil site far from green and pleasant land? And why is it that our current planning system sees a situation in which the needs of Tory backbenchers, the artificially constructed Greenbelt and other factors are considered more sacred by this government than the precious principle that each generation should do better than the last? Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour has a different set of priorities. Our commitment to reform planning rules, reintroduce house building targets, build on the parts of the Greenbelt that are in fact far from green, and restore social housing as part of our efforts to build 1.5 million homes will be key drivers in our mission to achieve the fastest growth in the G7. Just think what this ambition will mean for our economy when, according to Oxford Economic, for every 100,000 new homes built, over 400,000 jobs are created and tax revenues could rise by as much as £2.3 billion a year. But ambition was in short supply in this budget. It was another opportunity wasted by this government. Thankfully, their opportunities are now running out. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is time for change. It's time to build the homes we need to build for growth. It is time for a Labour government.
Yeah. Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. After a pandemic and an unprecedented energy price hike caused by Putin's illegal war, what the Chancellor has achieved is remarkable. Through careful stewardship, he has enabled a whole new set of opportunities in the next 5 years for further tax cuts, investment and sustained economic growth. Tough decisions when they were needed enabled investment commitments and tax cuts to be possible now. And the only way you can sustainably achieve both spending and tax cuts is to achieve real growth in the economy. The false growth of a reckless bubble economy, like we saw under Gordon Brown, ends in an almighty bust of financial crisis and unemployment. We should not forget that the self-inflicted reckless boom and bust we got from Labour added much more to public sector net debt than combined efforts of an unavoidable pandemic, which cost the taxpayer £400 billion and an energy crisis. There is a very telling graph of debt to GDP on page 19 of the Red Book. And of course, it is only because Conservative economic policies had returned us to a path of falling debt before the pandemic hit that this was affordable. The only time that the last Labour government reduced debt was when they initially stuck to Conservative spending plans before turning on the taps a couple of years later, creating false growth and an all-too real and deep recession. Stoke-on-Trent lost some of its largest potteries on earth as a result of Labour's mismanagement and self-inflicted crisis. Under the Conservatives, by way of contrast, the GVA of the ceramic sector has doubled in real terms, and I say as a marker, we must not jeopardise this by any emissions trading scheme threatening similar damage to Labour's climate change levy, from which ceramics was rightly exempted by George Osborne. We should not offshore ceramics industry emissions and skilled jobs to countries with worse environmental standards, which is exactly what happens when taxes and regulation are too onerous here. I hope the government will consider seriously exempting the ceramics industry from the ETS scheme. And there is also good news in the budget for local advanced manufacturing, including progress towards small modular reactors, which stand to benefit firms in the supply chain in the world-leading engineering firms in Stoke-on-Trent. I am confident that the opportunities for further tax cuts and investment opened by this budget in the years ahead will only be realised with a re-elected Conservative government. And we do need those spending commitments on capital, infrastructure projects, and particularly in transport, and those tax cuts which are welcome relief to hard-push working people who have been shouldering the burden of price rises and mortgage costs for more than long enough. We have exceeded expectations in North Staffordshire by securing the government's commitment to fund the reopening of both Mere Station and the Stoke-to-Leet line. This compares to when those opposite were last in power. Labour closed local stations at Truro, Basildon and Wedgwood. What a contrast. We are just months away now from being able to put shovels in the ground to reopen a station at Mere on the Crewe to Derby line. I'm determined that we will also get a station to serve the south-west of Stoke-on-Trent and North Staffordshire, around Basildon or Trentham too. I discussed recently with the Work and Pensions Secretary on his recent visit to Stoke-on-Trent. Better transport means a greater access to skilled jobs, as well as the new rail station improvements to Junction 15 on the M6 and upgrading to the A500-A50 corridor, all only possible thanks to the cancellation of Phase 2 of HS2. Additionally, money of £419 million for Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire is being reprioritised to filling potholes, tackling congestion at junctions like in Mere and Blythe Bridge, investing in new paving for our high streets, more preventative road maintenance and further bus priority measures, further strengthening the £31 million we've already secured through the bus service improvement plan. And we have also seen the new alternative provision free school announced in the budget, which will help ease the huge pressures locally on AP and SEND school places across Stoke-on-Trent, ensuring more children receive the appropriate places for their needs and reducing pressures on mainstream provision. Only solid growth will sustainably support more people into employment, just as it will support investing more in our infrastructure and vital public services. I'm delighted by the focus on tackling long-term unemployment and increasing labour force participation, rewarding work and making work pay, investing in important public services. The Chancellor is rightly tackling the issue with his £3.4 billion digital transformation of the NHS, alongside an extra £2.5 billion of funding for our frontline NHS. I hope this investment will in part bolster more preventative, community-based NHS services. It's vitally important in towns like Longton we deliver fully on the new integrated care hub, which would bring all NHS services together under one roof on one site. I finally wanted to mention my private members' bill to improve our high streets, which is progressing this week through committee. It's vitally important that we support the rejuvenation of our high streets and help attract in new uses. Given this, I particularly welcome the £5,000 increase on the VAT registration threshold to £90,000, something welcomed by Staffordshire Chamber of Commerce. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, we can stick with a plan that is working and sensibly pay down debt, invest wisely and cut taxes for families and businesses when affordable. Or we can do what the Labour Party has done since it took control of the City Council in Stoke-on-Trent, throw everything up in the air, rolling back on important investment projects and ambition for our city, or putting up taxes to fund the mistakes of their non-existent plan.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's usually the Monday of a budget debate in which the details start to unravel, but very much like the selective amnesia that happened in September, October 2022, this one sort of unravelled as soon as the Chancellor sat down after delivering it. And it wasn't about the style of delivery and the enthusiasm of that delivery, which sounded very much like a bored train announcer. No, that wasn't the reason, Mr Deputy Speaker. It was the 3 disgraceful omissions from that budget. Because those of us in this Parliament know that there are at least 3 issues that it should deal with before that Parliament ends. And the first one, of course, is the infected blood scandal and infected blood compensation. The second one, of course, is the Post Office and compensation for those caught up with that. And the third one is almost certainly going to be, as we will discover in a debate tomorrow, 1950s born women. These are 3 big-ticket expenditure items of compensation that will have to be delivered. That will make sure that this Parliament might very well be the Justice Parliament. But the anger of those caught up on those 3 issues, that £46 billion of unfunded tax cuts has been given away, probably at their expense, as they believe, because there was no mention of those injustices and how to correct those injustices. I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's no wonder there are so many furious and angry people caught up in those scandals who have reacted to the budget in the way they have. Now, this debate has been dominated by 2 worlds. There is the government world, delivered by members on that side, and there is the real world, delivered by honourable members on this side of the House. Not one member I noticed on the government side had mentioned the fact that the corporation tax gap, the tax gap of those paying corporation tax, has increased in the last couple of years. Now, perhaps there may very well be reasons for that, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let's perhaps explore one of them. Perhaps if the government funded HMRC and funded those operations in HMRC that are responsible for going after the wealthy on the same basis and employed the same number of people that's employed by the state to deal with social security fraud, perhaps the corporation tax gap would not be increasing, perhaps it would be reduced. But I think the main fundamental difference between members on this side of the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, and those on the government side of the House is I don't believe they understand what's happening out there in the country. People look at the energy companies and they look at their own bills and they see the energy companies' profits skyrocketing. They look at the bank profits and they notice that their bank branches are closing and that their mortgages are increasing. They look at the insurance companies and the ramping up of insurance premiums and the insurance companies' profits increasing. And then they look at the supermarkets, where the cost of food is going to an astronomical level, and so is the profits of the supermarkets. These vast profits haven't reduced prices, which is supposed to be the great Conservative Party theory, is that if companies make vast profits, prices will reduce. And that has not happened in this cost of living crisis. And that's why I believe, as my honourable friends do, we really need to start looking at an excess profit tax. Because until we do, people out there will feel that the government's treating them as fools. It's time for these companies, Mr Deputy Speaker, who are making these vast profits, to start paying their fair share. Now, we heard as well from government members about work has to pay. I think that's fascinating, coming from a government as an employer, because the simple facts are, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are tens of thousands of workers who are employed by the state, employed by, for example, the Department of Work and Pensions or HMRC, who believe their own employer, the government, is a minimum wage employer, because the only time they get an increase in their pay is when the so-called national living wage increases. This is an unsustainable position, Mr Deputy Speaker, when you have those working for the state, administering and delivering social security benefits, having their pay so low that they're also receiving and are receiving those same social security benefits. And that is a fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, which no honourable member opposite can deny. So if we really want to have a serious conversation about making work pay, perhaps the government can tell us and perhaps review their own public sector pay policy, because that is not a burden on the state or the taxpayer. When you pay wages properly, people spend it in the private sector economy. And if they really want to grow the economy, they could start by paying their own workers better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex Sabel.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. What we saw last week was a budget with no vision, no plan for getting us to net zero, no plan to drive investment in renewables and low-emission technology, no plan to boost the rollout of EVs, no plan for retrofitting homes. The British people deserve better than this. The windfall tax on oil and gas profits, which the government extended by 1 year until 2029, will raise an additional £1.5 billion, according to the Chancellor. After the tax introduced in May 2022, it raised £2.6 billion in its first year. Think of what those billions could do if they're properly directed towards our net zero goal. The funds from the windfall tax could be ring-fenced for renewable energy, fixing our grid, green skills training and securing the well-paid jobs of the future, our green transition. But they just disappear into a Treasury black hole. When will the government end the absurd practice of subsidies for industrial-scale wood burning? We heard nothing about this in the budget last week. Drax Power Station burns wood pellets imported from North America to produce energy. They've had a subsidy of £11 billion of taxpayers' money, and it's considered a renewable energy power station. Drax depends on government subsidies for its support. When Drax was a coal power plant, it emitted 10 million tonnes of carbon. In 2022, Drax, now burning wood, emitted 12 million tonnes of carbon. Drax is the UK's biggest emitter of CO2. These funds, which subsidise Drax, could be redirected to funding generally green and renewable technology. But under this government, these funds are fuelling the climate crisis. My honourable friend from Worsley and Eccles gave an excellent speech, including on the crisis in live music venues. I support the tax credits for the film industry, for the video games industry, for orchestras. Why is there a tax credit for live music venues? We on this side of the House have a vision. Labour has a vision for Britain's future, for a green, sustainable, clean energy future, and we have a plan to deliver it. Labour will introduce a proper windfall tax to the massive profits of oil and gas companies. Labour and government will go further than the Conservatives and raise the windfall tax on oil and gas profits from 75 to 78% until 2029. And the Labour government will create a new national wealth fund with £7.3 billion that will be invested in the jobs that can rebuild Britain's industrial strength and crowd in private investments in our ports, gigafactories, hydrogen, and protect our steel industry. Steel industry the government have allowed to fail. Labour will create Great British Energy, a new publicly owned energy company that will champion the green energy to give us real energy independence. Great British Energy will invest and deliver projects in partnership with the private sector. With our commitment of ambitious £8.3 billion capitalisation of Great British Energy, will invest in clean, homegrown powers that will cut Britain's energy bills. Great British Energy will invest in leading-edge clean energy technology like floating offshore wind, hydrogen and tidal. Labour is committed to clean power by 2030 and will pioneer offshore tidal by fast-tracking at least 5 gigawatts of capacity, more than doubling our onshore wind capacity to 35 gigawatts, more than tripling solar power to 50 gigawatts and quadrupling offshore wind with an ambition of 55 gigawatts. And we'll also double the government's target on green hydrogen with 10 gigawatts, particularly for use in the steel industry. Labour's British Jobs Bonus Plan will boost new clean energy jobs by rewarding clean energy developers with a British Jobs Bonus. They invest in good jobs and supply chains here at home. Labour allocate a fund of up to £500 million starting from 25-26 to invest in these industries. It will guarantee 35,000 new jobs in those industries. The government stole a number of Labour policies last week. Maybe they'll think about these as well, because they've clearly missed an opportunity to create our energy transition. After 14 years of Conservative failure on climate change, Labour is ready to invest in Britain's clean energy future, ready to make Britain a world leader on climate change, ready to drive investment in renewables and low-emission technologies, transform our energy sector to lower power bills, to create good, clean energy jobs for Britain's future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ashley Dalton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Leeds North West. Mr Deputy Speaker, I gave my maiden speech in the budget debate this time last year, and so I always tend to get a little bit reflective and reminiscent around this time. And I found myself reflecting on the past year and what has changed. So what state do we find the economy in a year on? Well, supermarket prices are still rising. Living standards are still falling. The tax burden is at record highs, and there's still no real sign of interest rates coming down to where they were even before the Tory mini-budget tanked the economy. But one thing has changed, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor and the Prime Minister have managed to put the country into recession. At a time when every other economy except one in the G7 is growing, the Conservative Party has fallen asleep at the wheel and the UK economy is getting smaller as a result. Had the UK economy grown at the average rate of OECD nations in the past decade, it would be £140 billion larger than it is today. This would have contributed an additional £50 billion in tax revenues to invest in our public services. And let's be clear, the economic issues we face today are the result of 14 years of mismanagement of the country's finances. Out of ideas and fast running out of time, the economic reality that we face in Britain today is a pale and weak imitation of the sunny uplands promised by the Conservative Party at every election since 2010. Mr Deputy Speaker, Britain has always been a country where we're proud to pay our taxes. We understand that by contributing from what we earn, we fund the public services that we all rely on: roads, schools, the NHS. So, with taxes at their highest level since the post-war period, Britain's public services must be the envy of the world, right? Sadly, not, Mr Deputy Speaker. They are creaking at the seams. Time and time again, I hear from constituents how hard it is to get an appointment with a doctor or to register with a dentist. School budgets have been stripped to the bone. Teachers are having to fund pens and pencils from their own pockets. Our roads are littered with potholes. Many routes in West Lancashire are bordering on dangerous with the state that they've been left in. Taxes at record highs, public services on their knees, and the national debt having trebled since 2010. This government is giving working people a raw deal. The state of our economy isn't an accident, it's a choice. Conservative chancellors chose to impose austerity on public services. Conservative chancellors chose to let the COVID fraudsters get away with billions of taxpayers' money. And it was a Conservative chancellor who rushed through the kamikaze budget, crushing the economy. Choices that the Conservative Party made knowing that it's working people who'll foot the bill. Now, I'm glad that the Chancellor has decided to draw some inspiration from these benches. Scrapping the non-dom status is a choice that we on this side of the House can get behind. But why has it taken so long? The Shadow Chancellor has been calling for non-doms to pay their fair share for 2 years now. That's £6 billion that the Chancellor's left on the table. £6 billion that could have been funding our schools, our hospitals, our roads. £6 billion that could have been used to relieve the pressure on household bills. And faced with the worst poll ratings on record, the Chancellor is so desperate to cut national insurance that he's introduced a policy on non-doms that he has consistently argued against since getting his job. He's even promised to abolish national insurance altogether, but that leaves a £46 billion-sized unfunded hole in the economy. And working people are still worse off. For every £5 the Chancellor gives with one hand, he takes £10 with the other. The average family will be £870 worse off under his plans. And it gets worse. If you've got a mortgage in Tory Britain in 2024, hundreds of pounds are added to your bill. And we're set to see even more mortgages this summer that need to come up for, to the end of their term be even higher. There's nothing in this budget for parents, for the elderly, for first-time buyers. In fact, I'm not sure what there is in this budget for anyone. There's certainly nothing for the loan charge scandal, nothing for infected blood scandal, not much at all other than gimmicks and unfunded promises. And whether it's at by-elections or in the polling, it's the Labour Party that voters are choosing to trust with the economy. And it's about time the government gave them a chance to decide. It's time for a general election.
Sarah Dye.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's disappointing to see this government attempting to pull the wool over the eyes of my constituents in Somerton and Frome again. Going into this budget, the public were clear. They desperately wanted to see the crisis affecting our public services prioritised. But once again, the government has neglected to address it. The OBR states that public spending per head has fallen by £680 in the last 3 years. The budget does nothing to rectify this. It does nothing to provide an immediate fix to our NHS. In fact, the extra £2.5 billion only averts a real terms cut, and it is not an increase on this year's spending. By the end of 2023, 2.8 million people in the UK were economically inactive for health reasons, 700,000 more since before the COVID pandemic. Now, if we want to grow the economy, we need to fix the NHS, but this government refused to do it once again. My constituents in Somerton have been unable to see a dentist for over 4 years. It is simply not good enough. But it's no surprise, given that there has been an almost 17% decline in the number of dentists in Somerset between 2015 and 16 and 2022-23. Currently, there is just one dentist in Somerset for almost 2,000 patients, leaving many people without access to care and in dental agony. Mr Deputy Speaker, the issue is also prevalent in Lewis, where dentist crisis has become so severe that Ringmer Dental Practice will only be offering private treatment. The practice blames, and I quote, a chronic lack of investment in NHS dentistry. This is a disgrace. With a tax burden already at the highest it's been since the Second World War, through unfair Tory stealth taxes, the Liberal Democrats would seek to properly fund our public services in a fair way. We would reverse the Conservative tax cuts to the big banks, which could generate £18 billion over 5 years. We would also put a proper windfall tax on oil and gas giants, generating a further £15 billion over 5 years. Mr Deputy Speaker, the promised 1% growth in public spending by the Chancellor totally fails to recognise the pressures that the country is facing. This budget is so short-sighted. And I agree with the former Liberal Democrat leader and business secretary, Vince Cable, who said that this budget leaves a booby trap as it fails to recognise the pressures an ageing population will place on our public services. Now, like many rural counties, Somerset has an ageing population. The average age in Somerton and Frome is 54 years. Spiralling financial pressures on adult social care are ever increasing, an issue that has been constantly raised loudly by leaders in local government. Yet the government has failed once again to recognise and understand the issue. 2 care homes, one locally in Frome, in my constituency, and the other one just outside, have recently warned that they may have to face closure due to the significant financial pressures, potentially leaving nearly 70 vulnerable and elderly residents displaced. These care homes provide an essential service, and if they close, residents will have nowhere to go locally. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it shouldn't have to be like this. Why is it that we are leaving our elderly with such pressure at a time when the system should be there to look after and care for them? Mr. Deputy Speaker, ultimately it's clear that the Chancellor and the Prime Minister have provided a budget that does not offer people security in the public services they rely on. The system is broken. The situation is not sustainable. This government has squeezed services dry and merely paid lip service to those who rely on them. Now, I hope that the Prime Minister does not bottle it like his Chancellor, and he will call a May election so my constituents get the change of government they deserve.
Thank you very much. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The budget is an opportunity for a government to demonstrate their priorities, and what we saw is a Conservative government content to oversee the managed decline of the economy. It's nearly a year since I said those words in the Chancellor's last spring budget. So what's changed? Quite simply nothing. The Chancellor failed to announce anything that will significantly improve the lives of people living in Luton South and Bedfordshire. His budget just lifted the lid on 14 years of Tory economic failure. A Conservative government in its end days, bereft of ideas, lacking in vision, consumed in its own internal strife. We are heading for the only Parliament on record in which people will be, on average, worse off at the end than at the start. And that should make members of the government party opposite feel ashamed. And I take issue with the Chancellor stating that the Conservatives bring down taxes, as the UK has the highest tax burden in 70 years, also rising every year of the budget's forecast period. All in all, what this budget actually means for my constituents is that each household is now £870 worse off under the Conservatives' tax plan. For every 5p given in tax cuts, 10p has been taken, giving with one hand and taking more with the other. And the Conservatives followed this up by saying they had a plan to abolish national insurance contributions altogether, an unfunded pledge costing the taxpayer a gigantic £46 billion. The reality is the Conservatives cannot be trusted to run Britain. Public services being run down, local government on its knees, working people battling the cost of living crisis, trying to make ends meet. But communities like mine in Luton and in Bedfordshire know that's not just the story coming out of the budget. It's the continuing story of the Conservative Party dismantling our communities and wrecking our economy over the past 14 years. For them, it's always party first, country second. The biggest issue that my constituents contact me about is the lack of affordable housing to rent and council housing waiting lists. Yet in this budget, the Chancellor has wound down the scheme for extra funding for the delivery of social housing and ended the policy of letting local authorities keep 100% of revenues from the sale of council homes to help them build more, which will heap further pressure on our already overstretched, underfunded local authorities and will do little to help families living in overcrowded, poor quality, insecure housing. Like I said in my budget speech a year ago, The budget represented a huge opportunity to break from years of stagnation and unlock Britain's potential, but that opportunity was well and truly ignored. I may sound like a broken record, but the reality is we have a broken government that simply isn't up to the challenge. It's our job in this place to advocate for policies that enable our constituents to live a good, fulfilling life. That means a good job, a secure home, safe streets, quality public services and a thriving economy. The Conservatives have failed on all counts. Enough is enough. People in Luton and Bedfordshire need a change in government. Instead of the chaos and recklessness under the Conservatives, Labour is ready to fight for the living standards of working people and to deliver a sustainable plan for growth. We will rebuild our ability to make do and sell more here in Britain so we are less exposed to global shocks. We will strengthen the powers available to local communities to regenerate their high streets and town centres. And our plan also backs British business through a new industrial strategy to maximise Britain's strengths in life sciences, digital, creative, financial industries, clean power and automotive sectors. This is the bright future that Luton, Bedfordshire and Britain deserve. It's time to quit the uncertainty and call a general election now.
Alison Thulis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. To touch first on the issue of arts funding, as a Member of Parliament who has a number of arts institutions based in my Glasgow Central constituency, I would like to gently welcome the Theatre, Orchestra, Museum and Galleries exhibition tax relief. The Royal Scottish National Orchestra has said that the announcement ensures RSNO remains committed to serving Scotland's communities, concert halls and schools. But that comes in a wider context, as the Musicians Union has pointed out, of cuts to the arts over many, many years. They have talked about the impact of a decade of austerity. And their General Secretary, Naomi Paul, says she fears that if a Labour government doesn't put money in to the arts, then it is, quite frankly, we are stuffed, will be the result. So there needs to be some change here to ensure that our music and arts venues can continue. Now, the RSNO have done a huge amount to diversify what they do. They are involved in making music for motion pictures, as well as filling concert halls in the city of Glasgow and in other places besides. And they have asked that the UK Government consider proposals to exempt employers from national insurance in the cultural sector, which would encourage companies to bring workers, often workers used on a freelance basis, into employment, particularly important given how many freelancers, particularly female freelancers, were excluded from support during COVID. So I leave that for ministers to consider. I also ask for ministers to go further on VAT to encourage people back out to enjoy cultural events and bring life back to our cities and town centres, because music tickets with 20% VAT on them is a real inhibitor to doing that. Mr Deputy Speaker, this budget should have been a moment to bridge the funding gap our public services so desperately need. Instead, it appears to be a budget more concerned with setting traps for a future Labour government. And the Conservative Party is once again bringing their own naked political interests into government, and we are all left paying the cost. Money for Canary Wharf, not for the Calton or Kirkcadens or Kinning Park. The concerns raised by organisations such as CPAG should not be ignored. The sad reality is there is very little in this budget to address the crisis conditions being experienced by children and families living in poverty. And the Chancellor's claim that this government doesn't pass its bills on to the next generation rings particularly hollow. When 4.2 million children live in poverty in the UK today, who does the Chancellor think will be this next generation? The decisions taken in this budget risk leaving a legacy of the millions of young people having to live with the scars, the real harms of growing up in poverty. Hunger, poorer educational outcomes, the health risks associated with cold and damp homes, and stagnant economic growth, leading to fewer opportunities. Glasgow Centre for Population Health have commented particularly movingly on this lost 10 years of austerity and the impact that that has had on public health, and they say it could take another 10 years just to get us back to where we were in 2011. Opportunities lost for so many people as a result. I call on the government yet again, as I do in every budget, to scrap the two-child limit on universal credit. At the moment, 222,000 families are affected by this policy. It is life-limiting, it is damaging those families. It is making it more difficult for larger families to put food on the table, and it is driving them to almost impossible choices. The government must scrap this. What is also equally shameful is that the Labour Party won't scrap it either. They are dedicating this Parliament and these young people to a life lived in poverty. It is not good enough, and they should do better. One thing that they could do is bring in the equivalent of the Scottish Child Payment, a payment now of £26.70 per child per week for eligible families, which is helping keep those families out of the food banks and making sure that the life chances of those children are protected. They could increase the Healthy Start vouchers to the level of Best Start foods, which would mean that families don't have to go to food banks to try and get infant formula. They would be able to afford these things if they do require them. And there's a very serious gendered impact of the policies that the government have brought forward. The Women's Budget Group have highlighted the regressive nature of cuts to national insurance, for example. Contributions disproportionately affect lone mothers and couples with children. Single men will receive around £500 more than a lone mother, and couples with children will receive over £1,200 more per year than families. Half of the benefits go to the wealthiest households and only 3% to the poorest. Cutting taxes for Tory voters on the back of the people who can afford it the very, very least. It's absolutely warped from this government yet again. There needs to be a lot more support for public services and infrastructure, for greater cost of living measures and to ensure a just transition. The OBR point out that there is no real growth in departmental spending per person over the next 5 years. This Tory government is committed to it, and Labour are committed to copying and pasting that policy. Scotland deserves better than this broken Westminster government. Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland does deserve better than this. We want better than this. We want better than a UK that has just been declared the world's second most miserable country behind Uzbekistan, with 35% of respondents distressed or struggling at the worst. In Scotland, we think of what we could have, with Ireland with its budget surplus, with Norway with its oil fund. Scotland deserves much better than this. We deserve independence.
And can I say that Jim Shannon, surprisingly, is the last contributor to... Shame. I know. But we've got a bit more time, Jim, so I'm not putting the clock on you, but I know you won't abuse my generosity as it goes. And could any member that's participated in the debate start to make their way towards the chamber for the wind-ups? Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I say first of all that I won't tax the patience or the endurance of my fellow members in this chamber, but I would like to make a contribution the same length as others have made as well. It is a real pleasure to speak in this debate in relation to the spring statement delivered by the Chancellor just last week. And it is important that we are here individually and collectively to speak on this issue, as I must ensure for all my constituents that they feel supported financially, and that there has been such a large amount of correspondence, emails, letters and phone calls to my office in regard to how so many people are struggling, especially over the last couple of months. And I have to say that that's been echoed by, Mr Deputy Speaker, echoed by everyone from both sides of the chamber. I have to say in particular from this side of the chamber, because I think the understanding from the constituents seems to be quite real. So I'd also like to thank the Chancellor, as these decisions are not easy to make, but regardless of this, there are needs that must be met. First of all, I'd like to comment, if I can, Mr Deputy Speaker, in relation to I was very pleased to hear the steps that have been taken to move in the right direction in terms of the child benefit threshold. Members and indeed the Minister himself will be aware that just last year I presented a 10-minute rule bill to Parliament on behalf of my party, the DUP, calling for these thresholds to be determined by household income instead of individual income. Now, I know there's many others in the chamber have a similar opinion, both on this side and indeed in government side as well. But it really is good news to know that the Chancellor and government have recognised that. and the bill aimed to highlight the unfairness of the current threshold, whereby a single income home earning £50,000 or above would not receive an entitlement, whereas a dual income earning £49,000 each would be in receipt of this payment. So there is a real anomaly, and I'm very pleased that the Chancellor, Government and others with the power to change the legislation have done so. I'm very passionate about this issue, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's no secret. It's been raised by myself on numerous occasions over the last years. And whilst this is welcome news, I look to the Minister for further clarity on the household income levels in terms of our inflation levels. So perhaps maybe the Minister could perhaps give me, I give the House, I should say, not myself, give the House some clarity. This increase to the lower threshold is positive, but if working class families do not notice the difference in line with inflation, they are ultimately still going to struggle. So perhaps maybe the Minister might be able to give us some clarity in relation to this matter. Furthermore, many have expressed gratitude at the decision to cut national insurance at the start of the new tax year. I'm going to give just a slightly different opinion, and I base it upon my correspondence with my constituents. I must emphasise again that in line with the rates of inflation, it is about ensuring the benefits of these cuts are truly felt. The Honourable Gentleman, I can't remember his constituency, forgive me for it, but he referred to the national insurance benefits or cuts would not help the elderly, for instance, because they're not paying national insurance at their pension age, and that's the truth. But also I have to say this, I've spoken to many health professionals, and they have openly said to me that on the basis that their NHS etc. is properly funded, they perhaps wouldn't mind, and I quote them, wouldn't mind continuing to pay the national rate of national insurance. Given the lack of funding into our NHS, there are so many who would be willing to pay just that little bit extra to get a more efficient use of local services. So perhaps this is something maybe the Minister could consider. I know there's a consensus from many in the Chamber that the national insurance contributions should be prevented or stopped. I have to say that I think they could be used for something better. In other words, my position would be to retain them as they are. So again, Minister, perhaps you could look at that and ascertain how much better off our constituents could be. Another issue which I want to speak about, Mr Deputy Speaker, is in relation to the 4 million people living in oil-heated homes in rural communities like my own constituency of Strangford, who want to do their bit for the environment. Most people you speak to, whatever their class in society, all want to do something for the environment, but are being disincentivised to adopt renewable liquid fuels. Currently, renewable liquid fuels that have lower carbon emissions are taxed, while fossil fuel heating oil is not. So scrapping the tax on renewable liquid fuels in the budget would have reduced their cost and made them a viable alternative to using fossil fuels. Again, an anomaly perhaps within the Chancellor's speech and contribution last week, but one that does need to address. However, government can still ensure that off-grid households can decarbonise in an affordable manner by delivering the RLHFO consultation. Assurances were given by the Minister that the Government would move to a consultation in the next few months at the report stage of the energy bill, which was over 6 months ago. I figure a few months is certainly less than 6 months, so therefore I would suggest that maybe we should be having some indication of what's happening. Perhaps the Minister could explain why this was a missed opportunity in terms of the spring budget, but also could the Minister give assurances about when the RLHFO consultation will be publicised, and we will have an idea of exactly what it means. These decisions are never easy to take, and we are grateful for the efforts made. However, my party, the Democratic Unionist Party, and I are a strong voice for all families, but in particular for the working class family. And why is that, Mr Davies? It's because most of us in this side of the chamber, and maybe some from the other side of the chamber, never had very much all their lives. And therefore, whenever you speak for people of the working class section of my constituents, you speak from a knowledge, you speak from a genuine interest. And I want to see the working class families in my constituency of Strangford who hope to reap the benefits of these decisions. But there is much to do to enable this to happen. So I hope that the Minister and his department can provide the answers to the questions and the queries posed. And let us make a real change for my constituents in Strangford but indeed for all families across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. There's much to welcome in the budget, but there are some things that need clarifying. Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Wind-ups. Llangwm Debonair.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Strangford. This evening, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be telling a positive economic story, one that's about commercial growth and success alongside community benefit, a strong story of what Labour does in power in partnership with the private sector. But first, there can be no avoiding the catastrophe that is this budget and, frankly, this government for the people of Bristol and for the whole country. A record low for living standards, GDP per capita lower since the Prime Minister took office, debt tripled, nothing in this budget that will change any of that. And as honourable friends, and right honourable friends on this side of the House have said, including my friends from Sheffield Central, Denton and Reddish, Birkenhead, Lewisham, Deptford, Liverpool, Derby, Chesterfield, Merthyr Tydfil, and Rumney, Stretford and Urmston, West Lancashire, Luton South and others have said, everything is broken. Working people are struggling under this cost of living crisis. The public services are in turmoil. Crime is making our streets unsafe. High house costs, mortgages rising as a direct result of government actions, and homelessness increasing. Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituents are living through this. Our constituents are living through this. Rising rents, soaring food prices because of the shambles that is this government. And their failure to take responsibility almost beggars belief. Had we not lost almost 2 decades of wage growth, the average worker would have been £14,000 better off in 2023 than in 2008. Not according to me, according to the Resolution Foundation, Mr Deputy Speaker. £14,000. Just imagine what families up and down the country might have done with that money, but couldn't. The holidays they haven't taken, the shows they haven't seen, the matches they haven't been in the stands for, the joy that we have collectively missed out on. It doesn't have to be like this. Culture and sport are part of what makes life worth living. And in the UK, we sing spectacular songs, we write spellbinding stories, and we make first-rate films. Our remarkable architecture gives us a sense of place, heritage and history. Our games industry immerses us in worlds of the future and the past through frontier technologies. International companies base themselves here so their staff can enjoy the UK's rich and diverse cultural scene. And everyone, everywhere in the country, has some stake in culture and sport, whether it's the first song at their wedding or getting caught up in the drama of watching the Lionesses play in a World Cup final. And my colleagues from different parts of the country have highlighted the importance of music venues, and I thank them for that. Culture and sport bring us joy. They bring us together. Culture, sport and media also have a significant contribution to make to the health and economic growth of our great nation. And as I've seen campaigning and visiting Labour's candidates from Great Yarmouth, Keir Cousins, to Swindon, Heidi Alexander and Will Stone, in Truro and Falmouth, Jane Kirkham, in the Calder Valley, Josh Fenton Glynn, Labour parliamentary candidates showing me around their cultural and sporting organisations, they really get this. They're already champions in their communities. In Stroud, Simon Offer. In Monmouthshire, Catherine Fuchs. In Westminster, Rachel Blake. In Filton and Bradley Stoke, Claire Hazelgrove. All of them, and so many more, have talked with me with such passion and knowledge about what they see as detrimental effects of 14 years of Tory rule, government cuts, to playing fields, to local venues, to local charities and youth services. I can't wait to see them in this place, standing up for their communities. Yeah. Now, on this side, we know that culture, media and sport are economic powerhouses, and that given true champions as MPs, as those candidates would all be, these industries can soar still higher. For example, the creative industries are worth already £125 billion to our economy. They are a major employer, supporting 2.5 million jobs across the UK. The Edinburgh Fringe is worth about £1 billion to Scotland. The Premier League and its clubs contributed £8 billion to the UK economy in 21-22 and accounted for broadcast exports of £1.4 billion of 2019-20, to say nothing of its soft power abroad. Our public service broadcasters, the BBC, Channel 4, ITV, S4C and Channel 5, invested £2.9 billion in UK-based new content in 2023. And this is despite cuts from the party opposite. The video games industry in Dundee has brought with it a 57% increase in productivity in the city. Imagine that across this country. Imagine even a fraction of that. What we could do. The 16 major sporting events supported by UK Sport in 2023 generated £373 million in direct economic impact. Those 16 events included the first ever Blind Football World Championships for women. The UK won 226 medals. Filmmaking in Northern Ireland pumped £330 million directly into the regional economy from 2018 to 2022. Basketball in the UK is already experiencing unprecedented growth. The British Basketball League has seen a 200% increase in viewership and sells out arenas. And audiovisual media in Cardiff has an annual turnover of over £540 million across over 1,300 firms. And it is to Cardiff that I want to take us today with our story. In 2015, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Jane Tranter and Julie Gardner launched Bad Wolf, where I visited last week and got to step inside the TARDIS. Pause for jealousy. It is really cool, the TARDIS. The prelude to this story is a decision taken in 2005 by those same women while working at the BBC. Jane and Julie then took the decision to produce the newly rebooted Doctor Who in Cardiff. That decision changed Wales. Cardiff universities have pinpointed that decision as the moment that South Wales's creative cluster shifted to world-recognised excellence. It paved the way for the first purpose-built drama studio in Wales, a BBC broadcasting hub in Cardiff, multiple UK and international creative companies choosing to base themselves in South Wales. But I am giving away the ending there. Because 10 years after their decision about Doctor Who, when in 2015 Julie and Jane set out to set up their own company, they knew they wanted it to be based in Wales because they knew the place, they trusted the crews, and they also knew that traditional investors did not have that trust, that private investment was usually contingent on a company being based closer to traditional production centres such as London or LA. But they were committed to Wales because it made good business sense and because they saw an opportunity to be transformational for communities, to create job opportunities that span generations, to give South Wales a local economy it can be proud of and rely on for the first time since the mines closed. And so they partnered with Wales's Labour government to set up in Cardiff. Poetically, they used the site of a defunct factory that previously manufactured the glass tubes for the back of televisions. Wales's Labour government and Bad Wolf then built on that partnership to create Wolf Studio Wales, to expand Welsh production capacity, to help continue to achieve cinematic production values on television budgets, and they have most definitely achieved that. They ensure that production is consistent across the year, offering job security and career development across careers. In the 5 years between 2015 and 2020, Bad Wolf spent £121 million in Wales and generated £114 million of gross value added for the Welsh economy. In that 5-year period, they employed 3,405 people on some of the highest paid jobs in the country. They have sustainability and circular economy principles at the heart of their business, broadening access to careers in the creative industries through their training programmes with Screen Alliance Wales. They've been a magnet for many kinds of company, from special effects to logistics. 38% of local suppliers were confident to relocate or locate to South Wales because Bad Wolf is there. And they have brought millions of us joy. Doctor Who, a discovery of witches, industry, his dark materials. That's down to this incredible team. But the Labour government in Wales played a pivotal role, and the reason I tell this story in some detail is because that's what we could do across the country, with real champions and partnerships between a Labour government and the private sector and creative people. People make art, governments don't. But what Welsh Labour did in this case was support an environment where creative people and businesses could thrive. And in doing so, they've brought jobs and economic development to Wales. That meant bringing the TARDIS and the city of Cittagazze, the sonic screwdriver, Canary Wharf, into the heart of South Wales. Great things start with stories. Whether they're dreamed up or played out on the pitch, great drama is unsurpassable, one of our key strengths in this country. And instead of fluctuating between ignoring, denigrating and occasionally recognising our world-leading cultural and sporting institutions like the party opposite, a Labour government would celebrate them. A Labour government would work in partnership with them to support their growth and the great jobs that growth would bring. We want British fashion, theatre, sport, architecture, journalism, gaming and publishing to enjoy a decade of national renewal and growth so they can do even more for British workers and audiences. The party opposite tried to make this look like a giveaway budget for the creative industries. But continuations of what already exists, glad as I am to see them, and one-off injections of capital are not a panacea. They do not make up for the last 14 years. They do not come close to making up for soaring energy bills and high inflation. Uncertainty, instability and economic mismanagement have made the UK less attractive for investment. Yeah. And that's the party opposite treats arts, culture, sport and media and the creative industries with disdain. There is no better illustration of this than the fact that there have been 13 Secretaries of State for Culture, Media and Sport in 14 years. That's the highest turnover of any cabinet-level post, which for this government is really saying something. The now Chancellor is the only one who made it over the 2-year mark. The Right Honourable Member for Chippenham didn't even make it to 6 months. Another Secretary of State was the former member for Mid-Bedfordshire, who, after making frankly wild statements, then disappeared and left the next 2 post holders to try and row back her decisions. But while her irresponsible decision to sell off Channel 4 was stopped, she fractured the relationship between government and the creative industries, and it will take so much longer to heal than it did to break. They have consistently failed to recognise and realise the growth potential of the creative industries and of sport. They have prevaricated over bringing forward the football governance bill, lost down the back of the governmental sofa. They have failed thereby to put football fans first and support the beautiful game. On their watch, local journalism has declined, reducing the ability of our media to sometimes call us out, but always scrutinise us, and their half-hearted attempts to protect creators in changing technological landscape have largely disintegrated. And in tolerating this litany of failure, the party opposite and the Prime Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker, are failing to grasp the opportunities for growth. Yeah. Now, part of that growth will be harnessing the power of AI and other new technologies. Labour believes both in human-centred creativity and the potential of AI to unlock new frontiers. Copyright and intellectual property rights are the raw materials of the creative industries, creative output and imagination, and we will support, maintain and promote the UK's strong copyright regime, including in trade deals with other countries. Now, while the party opposite is in power, the cultural life of this country gets hollowed out because elitism doesn't bother them. But as my honourable friends have said, there is no reason why a young person born in the poorest part of this country is any less capable or has any less potential than those born in the richest parts. The investment that Jane and Julie made in Bad Wolf was followed up with time and investment and teaching and engagement with young people on their doorstep and beyond to show them the exciting, well-paid jobs and to make them feel part of this. And today, my right honourable friend, the right honourable member for Holborn and St Pancras, showed that we will put this into practice at school with subjects like music, art, sport and drama, which help to build confidence and communication skills, critical thinking, problem solving and teamwork. To close, Mr Deputy Speaker, creativity and physical activity are not optional, they are essential. They bring us joy and it's joy that makes life worth living. Everyone, everywhere, should be able to share in that joy, and a Labour government will foster a decade of national renewal with arts, sports and creativity at its heart. We will, together, paint, perform, play, sail, swim, film, sing, run, dance, design and write a new, more prosperous and joyous story for Britain. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure to close the second day of debate on this year's spring budget. This is a budget for long-term growth, and today we've heard a number of excellent speeches about the importance of growth in our economy. Now, despite multiple forecasters suggesting growth would be historically poor, our economy grew last year, it will grow this year, and it will grow every year to the end of the next period. That's because we're recovering from the global pandemic shocks we have faced in recent years, far better than anybody expected. Inflation is down to 4%, on track to target 2% by the end of Q2. Mortgage rates have come down from their peak, real wages are rising, and the IMF have already predicted that we will grow faster than Germany, France and Italy in the next 5 years. But I recognise that we are living through a level of geopolitical uncertainty and risk that for many of us is unprecedented in our lifetime. We are, as my right honourable friend for Ashford said, mitigating and navigating choppy waters. And so as we seek to balance optimism with uncertainty, we seek to pave a path to responsible, sustainable growth that will support families and firms in every part of this country. To this end, this budget has 3 key objectives: to reward work, to grow the economy and to improve public sector productivity. These objectives work together because higher growth means more opportunity, more prosperity and more funding for public services. It's why we're cutting national insurance contributions again for working people, because a simple, fairer tax system must be at the heart of our economy, as my right honourable friend for North East Hampshire has consistently championed. More money in people's pockets, more revenue for businesses, more growth in our economy, but just as importantly, sending a clear and unequivocal message that work must always pay. This is a fundamental Conservative value, as is our support for families. And my right honourable friend for South Holland and the Deepings made a powerful speech about the importance of the institution of the family, something he and I have consistently agreed on. Now, there have been many comments about specific industries in the speeches today, and this budget contains a suite of measures across sectors and industries to keep our economy growing. The member for Mitcham and Morden, who is sadly not in her place, mentioned life sciences, and I can tell her and the House that building on the £520 million of funding announced for the life science manufacturing sector at the autumn statement last year, this budget we have announced grants from existing funds of £84 million of joint government and industry investment, and the Chancellor announced in the budget speech that AstraZeneca intend to invest £650 million in Cambridge and Liverpool to boost our life sciences sector and supporting the innovation so brilliantly championed by my honourable friend, the member for Mid Norfolk. Mr Deputy Speaker, several members have recognised the support for the creative industries. And Mr Deputy Speaker, there is one thing that we do better than almost any other country, and that is making films and television. From Pride and Prejudice to Paddington 2, our creative industries make us a soft power superpower, but they are also a key driver of economic growth, supporting over 2 million jobs domestically. That's why we've announced a film studio business rates relief, reducing bills by some 40%, a tax credit for UK independent films, and more funding for the National Film and Television School. But this government will also make the current tax reliefs for theatres, exhibitions by museums and galleries, and orchestras permanent from the 1st of April 2025. No other country provides tax reliefs for orchestras and museums and galleries like we do. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this was a budget for the performance sector, and we were subjected to a 40-minute characteristic performance by the Shadow Health Secretary, who sadly is no longer in his place. Sometimes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some people talk too much but say too little. And in 40 minutes, he failed to mention that in Wales, where Labour are actually in charge of the NHS, people are almost twice as likely to be waiting for treatment as they are in NHS England. It is the Conservative budget that is delivering £2.5 billion extra for the NHS and investing £3.4 billion to unlock £30 billion of productivity gains. Investment is going into places like North Herefordshire, and we heard a brilliant speech from my honourable friend about the diagnostic centre at Hereford Hospital and maternity services as championed consistently by my honourable friend for Truro and Falmouth. My honourable friend and Lincolnshire neighbour asked how we are supporting pensioners, and as my right honourable friend for Ludlow pointed out, we're doing that through the triple lock which we introduced several years ago. This state pension will increase by 8.5% in April and is £3,500 higher than it was in 2010. And as my honourable friend for Basildon and Billericay highlighted, we are taking action to boost pension returns through the Mansion House Compact and a series of other capital market reforms. My honourable friend for Southend West gave an excellent speech about supporting small businesses, and she is right to highlight the Chancellor's decision to increase VAT thresholds from £85,000 to £90,000. My honourable friend for Penrith and the Border highlighted the importance of the rural economy and spoke comprehensively about the damage the Labour Party did to our economy up to 2010. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to congratulate genuinely all members from across the House on their contributions this evening, but I particularly appreciated the brass-necked wind-up by the official opposition. Let us never forget that in 2010, Labour left office with less people in work, more debt to pay off, and a deficit ballooning out of control. Contrast this with the UK in 2024. Despite having to deal with the worst pandemic in 100 years, the worst war in mainland Europe since 1945, and the highest energy spike since the 1970s, we will have this year inflation back to target, unemployment at record lows, wages rising, taxes on work falling, 4 million more people on the payroll since 2010, 3 million less people paying any income tax at all, the fastest decarbonisation in the G7, the highest state pension we've ever seen, and the total departmental spending up 7% in cash terms this Parliament. The last thing this country needs right now is 5 years hard labour. It is the Conservatives who will push people up who want to succeed, not pull them down when they do succeed. It's Conservatives who believe in the dignity of work that best delivers prosperity. And it's the Conservatives who know that growth cannot and should not solely come from the floor of this House of Commons, but from the thermal insulation factory floors of Darlington and the ceramic factory floors of Stoke-on-Trent. It is the workers and businesses that will drive our growth. This is a budget for them, and I commend it to the House.
I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many of that have been say aye. Aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Motion number 3 on business of the House.